before COVID.
Maybe on the top.
Yes.
Getting used
That's
to
okay.
Counselors do this,
the
there
new
must be
digs.
some way to do it.
Give it to me, I'll
No,
try.
no, I'm right back.
Okay, you go.
Did we get kicked out of the other one?
Kate recognized my limitations, so she did this.
We used to get those. We used to get the 200-page packets.
All right, I'll get us going and we can still keep plugging in. Got everybody? Did we lose David? Did he get locked out?
Really sure.
I do too.
He was with us and then,
Environmental.
Jeff has a badge, so he should be able to come through.
okay. Well, we've got a quorum. All right. Welcome to this regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff will introduce each item, followed by the applicant's presentation, which should not exceed 10 minutes. The chair will then ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. After questions are closed, the chair will ask for comments from the public. For each application, members of the public are each allowed 3 minutes to ask questions and 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers shall identify themselves and provide their address. Comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is, regarding only the exterior aspects of a project. Following the BAR's discussion and prior to taking action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond. And we'd like to ask any speakers to please step up to one of the podiums and use the microphone. Alrighty. Our first agenda item is matters from the public not on the agenda or on the consent agenda. Currently, the consent agenda has the meeting minutes from last month and also a COA application for 128 Madison Lane paved terrace in the front yard. So do we have any matters from the public not on the agenda or commenting on the consent agenda?
If you're joining us via Zoom at this time, you can click the raise hand icon in your Zoom webinar or press *9 if you're joining us via telephone.
Where's Remy? Is he invisible?
Who was talking?
The disembodied voice.
Chair, I see no hands raised.
Disembodied Remy.
Remy's somewhere.
Did you say no one's online? Is that what's the gist of it?
No one's up.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. All right, hearing nothing. The next item is the consent agenda. Does any BAR member wish to pull this for discussion? Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, consent agenda passes. Ready? Next up is the deferred items section. COA application for 1609 Gordon Avenue. Mr. Werner?
All right. Just for the record, I do want to say again, I really don't like this room. And I pushed back vigorously when they moved us from City Space, but I lost, so I apologize. Okay, that said, this is an application for a COA for 1609 Gordon Avenue. It's within the Rugby Road, University Circle, Venable Neighborhood ADC District. It is a non-contributing 1963 brick structure on the site that will be raised, does not require BAR review. This is the third time you all have seen this. February, there was a preliminary discussion, and in October, it came forward, but there were some questions about one, a zoning issue related to the entry door requirements, and another to the new development code requires rooftop screening, so, and that wasn't shown. And Mr. Schaefer and his firm have made the modifications necessary to comply with the ordinance, and it's back before you to, I don't want to say as a new project, but it is before you for a COA. There were various discussions about materiality the last time, and so hopefully that before you all to make a decision, and either approve it or deny it, or the applicant can request deferral. So do you have any questions for me about this one? Okay. Kevin, and it might take us a bit to figure out where the disembodied voice is, but Kate, does he or you have it lined up? Okay. Kate does the slides.
I'm also just going to really quickly disclose I do have Design Develop doing some design work for me, so I'm going to abstain from this. And David, if you don't mind chairing this portion, that'd be great.
Sure.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jeff. My name is Kevin Schaefer. I am the Charlottesville Studio Director for Design Develop here in Charlottesville, Virginia. Thanks to Jeff and Kate, as always, for the dialogue through this process, helping us with the submissions. And thank you to Carl for raising the hand last time. I think we talked about failing fast, and it was one of those things where zoning did have some questions about the entry, and we were able to work with city staff to get those resolved in a way that complies with zoning. So we can jump right into it on the next slide. That's all right. There you go. The substantial changes that have been made since we last saw this project in October are twofold. Obviously, the entryway that we're referencing is now street-facing, Gordon Ave facing specifically. It is a full glass door with a covered area, and we are emphasizing the entryway by pulling forward the glazing bay that's above it. Thank you. By about a foot in an effort to emphasize that main entryway, which is covered by about a 4-foot overhang. In addition, we have recessed the balconies. Let's see if I can control this here. So these balconies that were sticking proud of the front facade and the front elevation previously have now been recessed behind that facade in an effort to de-emphasize that sort of circulation route while still maintaining a very strong kind of decisive void to make these two building forms very legible in their nature. If we go to the next slide, I think you can see this de-emphasis of the balconies a little clearer in that instead of having the landing for the stairs sort of come proud of the building, they are now recessed entirely behind the front facade of the building. And additionally, we have the 4-foot overhang that extends from that walkway over to the main entrance. That we've reconfigured the first floor so that the main entrance now opens into a common space lobby. Previously, that was a 2-bedroom unit, but we've since broken up that first floor and done units on the right side and common space to the left. So it will open up into a common space lobby, a mail room. Behind there is bike storage as you work your way back towards the garage that's several layers deep into that building. All in an effort to kind of de-emphasize the circulation path that is in that main open area and provide that front entry element. The other sort of zoning comment that Jeff touched on was the new screening that's required on the roof to hide the rooftop units. Next slide. I think we went back and we listened to the February hearing and also the October hearing, and we tried to tease out, sort of what was successful about the project in the eyes of the board members. And I think one of the things that was hit on repeatedly was just the contextual appropriateness in nature. I like this slide because it shows the roof forms that are very much in keeping with the adjacent residential scaled buildings and the broken down nature. And I think if we could start to anticipate the discussion points that might happen today, it's the continued move of the breaking down, the very intentional and kind of explicit, if you will, breaking down into the two forms and turning the roof gable. And then as we come back that alley, we get a third gable form as we go down. And I think it's a very recognizable form for the neighborhood, for this district. And it's a very kind of to scale when you start to look at the widths on the street and the overall massing. And so it felt important to reduce the visual mass of this building as we are one of the early ones in with the new zoning to make a concerted effort to break down the building facade and the building mass. And in doing so, we sort of took this strong approach with the void. And I think if you go to the next slide. Yeah, in elevation, it starts to really read as these two different buildings in the rotated gable party as it comes around with this sort of, the brick background building. This slide also really helps emphasize the front main entryway, the canopy that can provide some signage opportunities for our main entrance and for building identification. But overall, it's a recognizable building form, and it's a recognizable material palette as well. And so on the next slide, I think, excuse me, in this is another example of how that the two distinct building forms really helps reduce the overall visual mass and the visual scale. And I think that's kind of what we heard from the February hearing. The initial preliminary hearing was the success lies in the contextual approach to the party. I think now on the next slide we can get into the second part is not only just a recognizable mass, a recognizable scale and form, but certainly a material palette that's very recognizable. And so if you draw 4 or 5 blocks radius around our site, stucco or EIFS is a very, very common building material, and not just any stucco, sort of a light colored cream or white stucco. And so you couple that with a red brick that's a pretty traditional material palette with a cream stucco, and it becomes very contextual and recognizable and familiar from a material palette and also a building form perspective. On the next slide, I think there was discussion and debate amongst the board members at the October hearing, obviously regarding the EIFS and the appropriateness of the EIFS. And I guess 15 years ago, I probably wouldn't envision myself standing up here and championing for EIFS necessarily, but building technology changes and things change. And I don't know if necessarily this is a hill I want to die on, but I do want to say that I think what EIFS has changed how it has changed over the past 15 years is very favorable from an architect's perspective. For first, we get 2 inches of rigid insulation outside of our structure, and so the thermal bridging that's happening through studs is no longer a concern. And actually building code and energy code is starting to push us towards continuous insulation on the outside of our building. The second thing that we really like about it is that improvements in the finish coat and how the finish coat is applied. You can see between the image on the right, which is the EIFS system, has a fiberglass mesh on the backside, and then a base coat, and then a finish coat, or we have a scratch coat and we have a finish coat, an elastomeric finish coat. It's finished in very much the same way as a stucco is. It really comes down to sort of what is the backer behind it. We can do fine finishes now that are very similar in appearance to stucco, and we can control the joints, which is like something that we have talked a lot about, is the ability to control the joints, have less joints than would typically be required, particularly if we were using like a panelized system. And then the third thing that we really kind of like about it is that improvements in our WRBs, our water-resistant barriers. We have dimpled drainage mats. We have fluid-applied water barriers. We double up our water barriers here. So like the idea of EIFS trapping in moisture and rotting it isn't as a concern as much anymore in these mechanically fastened high-quality systems. And I think on the next slide, previously we had talked about, or a board member had used the word, it felt cheap. And if we were going for the cheapest building material, it would be the 4x8 sheet of panel. Just from like a cost per square foot perspective, it doesn't get any cheaper than a 4x8 material. I think there's challenges that we've seen and talked about in terms of the panelized system. There's more joints. The joints are harder to control where they land. The flashing on them is questionable. I know, Carl, you've said it's hard to find a good panel installer in the town. And so it starts to maybe muddy the waters of the party a little bit when we start to consider that as a system. So we didn't love going to that as a system, despite that being perhaps the most cost-effective method. On the next slide, we think about contextual in an AD/CAD perspective and, you know, what's adjacent in rugby. But we also think about, like, from a Charlottesville city perspective and what's familiar and what's recognizable from a multifamily perspective in this area. And I think, in particular, two of these examples, 525 Ridge Street Apartments, not only uses a stucco or an eaves, I'm honestly not sure which one it is, but they also use a very, very deep recess into a circulation area. And yes, that hallway is glassed behind it, but if that hallway was not glassed, it was a railing or a balcony, would we think that that project is any less successful? And I don't think it would. What's successful about the project is the legibility of the forms and how it breaks down on the street. I often reference South Range Apartments too, and maybe too much, but again, a similar approach is an open circulation and an open staircase that helps break down a building form in such a way that it feels appropriate from a pedestrian perspective, and particularly on South Range, on JPA, it allows it to kind of bend the corner around Emmett Street in a very successful way. So these are projects that are recognizable in their materiality, but also kind of employing similar approaches to breaking down the mass and addressing the street, and I think in successful ways. On the next slide, we have a spec now on our rooftop screening, maybe Architectural Louvers, which is a great name for a name brand. Is the actual name brand that we are specifying. 4-inch deep vertical blades in black to sort of match our adjacent trim colors. And in the locations shown in red, we have the luxury of having these kind of gable roof forms that help us terminate these screening elements nicely. And it's a smart use of a screening system to hide our condenser farm on the roof. And on the next slide, I think we had some additional housekeeping items sort of on our specifications. And so working with Deb Brown at Cheney, no longer Allied, but at Cheney to specify a brick that seemed appropriate, that felt appropriate on the street. It's not too red, it's not too brown. It's the Buckingham Tudor brick. I have brick samples and grout samples available here if anybody would like to look at those. We also have the pack clad standing seam metal roof in matte black samples available, as well as the Trex Transcend in spiced rum sample available. But ultimately, we went back, like I mentioned, we went back and we listened and we tried to tease out perhaps the specifics that were ringing true in terms of a success, and how could we emphasize those and ensure that the board's comments were heard and addressed, and also that the positives were able to remain. And so I'm eager to hear the discussion and the comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Kevin. So we'll ask for questions from the public. Any questions from the public? Any questions from the BAR?
If you have the samples, we could just
Yeah.
pass them around.
While these are being passed around, does anybody have any specific questions?
What was the color?
It's the early morning mist.
Kevin, do you have samples of the stucco that you plan to use?
I don't have a physical sample of it. It is the fine finish. Sorry, it is a mechanically fastened system, EIFS system, in a fine finish that then gets field painted.
Okay. Sometimes those have different finish names, like sometimes they call them limestone, or is it a specific manufacturer that you're using, like a Stowe or a Carrick's or?
Yes, we do have a specific one. Let me track that down.
Okay.
Morning mist.
Forgot how much I love the lighting in here. Wonderful orange cast to it.
Any comments from the public, or are there questions? Going once, going twice. Sherry?
Are we back to questions from us?
Well, if I'm giving you
Did
one
we
more.
even go there?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, definitely. If anybody has questions, I just didn't.
So detail on the new front door entrance, can you tell us, I didn't see any detail on it, sorry.
No, that's fair. It would be part of
Missed it, sorry.
the Pella series. It's Impervia doesn't make a door that's in that size, so it's actually the upgraded. It's an aluminum clad wood glass door with side lights on either side of it.
And you said there'll be mailboxes and bike parking?
The bike parking would be
Locker.
towards the rear
Okay.
at the parking garage. The front entrance is a common lobby space that can serve as sort of a gathering space for residents.
I've got a question about the entry sequence. So if you go into the recess to the right of the front door, does that lead you to the stairs? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
And
so
then
you
the
don't
parking?
have to go through the front door to get into this?
No, you don't have to go through the front door. That would be the common space as well as access to, like I mentioned, the mail room.
The windows themselves, are they clad, or what's their exterior material?
The Impervia is a fiberglass product.
Fiberglass.
It's the same product that was used at the Virginia Ave. It has a profile that's very similar to a storefront.
Comments from the public? Anybody online? What am I looking at? And comments from the VAR?
All right, I'll jump in. So, I think there are some improvements, definitely some improvements. I realize the door is kind of superfluous, but I do think that what you've done to the front entry has helped a little bit, as well as pulling back the stair balconies and then pushing out that big window. One of my main concerns from this project was just that it seemed like it's very austere and it seems like it's lacking residential detail, but it also could just be. I have to keep reminding myself it's really not that big. It's 3 stories, and it is kind of little house-sized pieces. So I feel like we've seen this 3 times, and I can't really. I'm a little hesitant, but I don't think that's going to hold me back from voting to approve it. Right now, my main concern is just I think the vine species you chose is still something that sticks. So I would be worried about getting near the stucco, and it just seems like as a solution to trying to prevent headlights from shining through those garage windows. It would be better if there was just something more permanent, like a louver system or something. And I don't know if maybe that's something that I could vote approval on this, and then you work with Jeff to come up with something that meets, I would think maybe you're going for contemporary design. Shutters aren't contemporary, but maybe there's a form like that kind of feels like it's a louvered shutter or something on those windows. I don't know. Throwing that out there. That's my primary concern. I do think this has progressed. It's gotten better, and again, I don't want to. Yeah, I think I can finally vote for approval on it.
I'll jump in. Yeah, I think you've made some good improvements. I have 2 comments. If you're trying to emphasize the front door and get people to use it, why not have the stair from the exterior sidewalk go to the front door? And then secondly, I questioned the fine texture of the stucco. I think if you looked closely at stucco in the neighborhood, you'd find that it's actually pretty textured. And I think that might play into that stark feeling that Mr. Schwartz is talking about. If this is super fine, it's going to feel very stark. And I think the massing is actually really good. I think the massing works in this neighborhood, and we've said that in previous meetings, but I think that you've got that down. So it's just a matter of detailing, I think. But I could vote for this with that stipulation of the stucco finish, I think.
Can I go backwards and ask a question of the applicant? I know. Why put the door where the window was? Why not put it where the stairs and the entry to the parking is?
We felt that it is important enough to break down the building form in such a finite, indecisive way that you have a building here that's a gable, and you take that building form and you rotate it, and there's a void in between. And when we start to put the glass in between it, it becomes a singular mass. And we looked at it, and we tried to address the concerns or the comments that we had heard previously. And when we considered the context and the other maybe initial comments that we had heard, it was important enough to hang on to in terms of that void and that shadow line and that distinct breakdown in the building forms. And so I have 2 responses. I think the configuration of the entry sequence is in order to get an ADA ramp onto a site, so that's what sort of aligns the stairs in the location that they do. We kind of need all of that square footage to get up in terms of an ADA ramp. And then the location of the front door is sort of tied together with the overhang. Regarding, and sorry, I'm answering your question, but then also trying to remember everybody else's comments that I'm responding to. I think you had 2. Oh, the finish. I think that's a great point. Maybe some tactility would be appreciated here, and maybe we go look at adjacent textures and try and match it. I know we used a sand pebble finish before, and I was actually I was upset at the time that I didn't get the fine that I wanted, but it does have a certain tactility to it that we could again explore. So I appreciate that, and Carl, thank you. The louver system I think is a great suggestion, and I think we've tried to find the vine species that worked, and we're on like our 3rd vine species, and we're still not hitting it. So let's go to a louver system or some sort of other maybe more permanent, if you will, way of screening those headlamps, because that's exactly what it is. So sorry, Ms. Lewis, getting back to your original question, which is why not shift the door over and enter in there, and it's because it's important to have those two building forms.
And is the building overhanging the two top stories 4 feet, and then you've got an additional sort of cantilevered opening over the door, or, I mean, how much protection from the weather would I have if it were raining cats and dogs and I were standing at that door?
So that trim line that's in that, it sort of wraps the difference between the brick and the proposed eaves is, that sticks out 4 feet proud
Okay,
from
that's
that
right.
door.
And then, but then you have a slight covered, like a covered part over the door. I don't know how to describe it, but.
That canopy extends over
Oh,
the
that
door.
is, so that I got it. It goes all the way from whatever the street,
Would
all
it
the
be
way across
possible
the
to
front. Got
flip
it.
back to 3? I think that one
Continuous.
kind of
Yeah.
helps us see, so the lower image here shows that sort of
Yeah, got
element
it.
pulls
Thank you.
out across.
Okay.
I'll jump in. I will say that I tend to agree with your argument on the ephes stucco. I think that it's advantageous over some of the other examples that you showed, which I appreciate. And while it's minimal can be good too. And I think that as a few iterated, I think the massing works with the neighborhood. I think you've broken down the scale to sort of match some of the other residential houses on the street. So I appreciate that. I think with stucco, the next question is, I guess, the question that I had, which is what is the finish? I think there's a wide spectrum, and love to see a sample. I think there are, obviously better quality ones and lesser quality ones, and I think the lesser quality ones have more of a plastic look to them. So I agree with Roger. I think it'd be interesting to play with the contextual nature of this scheme, and maybe try to find something that ties in. If you do a little bit of a closer dive and look at maybe if there's a pattern of stucco textures, but then also just try to find something that more matches the traditional materiality that can be quite a nice material. It's something that has less of a plasticized look or shiny look, and something that has more of a richer finish. And I know they're out there. There are different levels that I've looked at in my own experience. So I'd just encourage the sort of deeper investigation on that and understand what those differences are. Look into those two pictures. I like the entry sequence of the upper, even though I understand the points you brought up. I think it's a cleaner circulation pattern. It's just less ambiguous, and I think it helps. It helps support the building rather than detract from it. I think the bottom one detracts a little bit because there's a little bit more fragmentation going on in the front. I agree with Carl about with the louvers. I think it depends though also on those kind of screens that you use. If you find if you're using a screen that doesn't allow the plants to attach to the whether it's stucco or brick, you don't really want a vine attaching to that material. Do like the idea of a landscape growing up the building too, though. So I understand Carl's opinion, and I think it makes sense, especially when you think of at night and the lights coming on in the cars. You don't really want to see that. So blinding that a bit more from view, and blinding putting a blind into the parking garage so you don't see that it's a parking garage would help as well. Those are my comments. Other than that, along with that, I support the project.
My comments are similar to the last meeting. I very much appreciate and support the massing of the project. I think it's a deft way of approaching the site. I still have concerns about the EFS, and I don't find it the way that it's being deployed here compatible with the neighborhood. I think that the examples of other light-colored stucco in the neighborhood are fundamentally different. They're smaller planes, they're more architectural articulation. And in this case, the combination of the lightness of the stucco or the EFS, the way that it's elevated in the building, and the flatness of the surfaces, it does very much feel like a lot of those large student housing projects that are in other parts of the city, but not in this neighborhood. And so I retain those concerns.
Ready for a motion?
I think we're ready for a motion.
All right.
Would somebody like to give a motion?
I can give it a try, get it up. Having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find the proposed apartment building at 1609 Gordon Avenue satisfies the BAR's criteria, is compatible with this property and other properties in the Rugby Road University Circle Venable ADC district, and that BAR approves the application with the conditions as recommended by staff, which are that all exterior lighting and fixed lighting within the garage that produce visible outside, that is excluding vehicular headlights. Let me start that again. All exterior lighting and fixed lighting within the garage that produces light visible outside will have lamping that is dimmable, have a color temperature not exceeding 3000 K, and have a color rendering index not less than 80, preferably not less than 90. That the EFS material be drainable exterior wall covering consisting of sheathing, air and moisture barrier, insulation board, reinforcing fabric, base coat, finish coat, adhesive and mechanical fasteners as applicable, and were installed in areas adjacent to pedestrian traffic or prone to damage, for example at the balconies and stairwells. It will be reinforced or a Class PM system, and or a high impact resistant system, and that we recommend investigating the texture of the EFS to add more materiality to the surface. Any ground level mechanical equipment and or utility boxes will be appropriately screened. Meters and panel boxes for utilities, communications, and cable connections will be located preferably within the garage. If not, then in non-prominent locations on the side elevations only and appropriately screened. Applied grills are allowed on insulated glass windows provided they have internal spacer bars. And in lieu of climbing vines to cover the garage windows, please provide a louvered solution to be reviewed by staff. Did I miss anything?
Let me just ask you to clarify, you said the explore the texture of EFS
Someone,
Just a more textured surface.
okay, explore a more textured surface.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there an action there?
No, that's, I mean,
that I think I'm leaving that as a recommendation to them as they
okay.
specify what EFS finish they want to use.
That's fine.
The thing about the louvers was not a recommendation. That was something that needs to come back to you. Is that okay? Anybody want a second?
Second.
So discussion? So I sort of agreed with Mr. Timmerman that I'd like to see a sample or more about the EFS, and other comments, Mr. Burrell, and probably to a greater extent Breck's comments. I don't want to delay approving this. I just wondered for staff what we could do to bring that back. We're looking at doing a conditional COA for another project with, or do we want for staff to review that? I mean, the material's pretty material, to make a pun, to the building, so I don't feel like it's a paint color or something like that.
It's not changing it from EFS. The EFS is...
Correct. We
and so
just
this
would
is
like
really
to know what kind it is and whether it's textured and...
The way we've treated things like that is to, not like with the courthouse, because we weren't sure what was going to happen. We treated it as a separate COA. I think for this would be to, if Mr. Schaefer's okay with it, is to bring back something for the record, and you all accept for the record, there might be A, B, or C, and sort of decision what you, in that selection, and that's what goes into the archive. I think the point being that it's not changing the material, it's not changing the joint lines. You're really just looking at the texture of the coating. So if that were understood, I don't have a problem with that. And staff bring it back and for you all to accept into the BAR record.
Would Mr. Schwartz want to amend his motion?
Sure, that you investigate the texture of the EFS and submit what that texture is to staff for the record.
For the BAR, to review and accept into the BAR record.
Okay. If we can do that, then,
At the next meeting?
or I guess whenever, but,
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
and the understanding being you're picking, well, that's smooth, that's rough, that's more rough. We prefer this one, and that goes into the record. You're not, again, not changing the design, you're not, I think this is one of those details that I'm very comfortable sort of as things go in the project and, looking at it. Unless you all say, gee, I really want to go with brick now or siding.
well, we won't be able to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm
I
fine
think,
with it.
and I think I'm fine with that amendment. I guess I just would like this to be more of the applicant's choice versus us choosing something, like getting a selection and saying, we like, B out of ABC. It would be, I'd much rather you guys tell us what you like.
Sure.
But this is just me. The motion stands as it is, but does that make sense?
No, I think
We don't want-
further investigation based on the comments that we heard is totally appropriate and warranted, and we are happy to bring back, go out, walk the neighborhood with an eave supplier and say what feels right, based on our design, and bring back something that we'd recommend.
Thanks,
Be-
Kev.
Yeah, based on how much discussion we've had on that
Sure,
material
totally.
alone during meetings, probably we should have requested a sample of it, which would have been great, or
I think
just
that
a
makes
little bit
sense.
more detail on it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think that's all we're,
It's a worthwhile effort.
Totally fair, yeah.
Thank you, Kev.
Yeah.
Shall we
I would put
take a
it in-
vote?
Well, is there a second on the amended motion?
So the amended motion is that recommend exploring a more textured surface for the EFS, and that you will submit for the BAR record the selected texture.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Let's take a vote. Mr. Rosenthal,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
aye.
Mr. Gastinger,
No.
and Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz,
Yes.
and Mr. Burrow.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
Appreciate
think-
all the input.
Thanks, Kevin. I think I would, I put this in a context of almost, it's a 3-tabbed asphalt shingle. Are they going to go with gray or light gray, or, this is, that's not something that's going to be a significant change, so I'm comfortable with that way. Hey, if I could ask, and I didn't realize, I didn't realize till last night at the council meeting, but they're looking at this screen. So, would it help if, I Kevin was pointing at that one, would it help if the applicant looked at that one? Or at least if you can make clear to folks that the reason you're not looking at their bleachers, winner, just trying to be helpful.
There are multiple screens in
Yeah.
the room that we
Yeah,
can.
Yeah, it's like, I know.
It's hard to see that one,
Depending on our level
but
of
for those
vision.
seated in the middle, it's hard because of this table to
Mm-hmm.
see beyond it.
It's this room.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know, and if it switches to football game or something, just let us know. All right.
Well, we might not.
This is almost exactly
Christine's here. So this next up is
when
a project at 606 Lions Courts in the North Downtown ADC District. This is a 1939 colonial revival, Cape Cod. It's, there's a series of alterations that are being proposed at the house, and so just in talking with the applicant and their architect, and there were some questions back and forth last week, so the overall staff's quite comfortable with what's being proposed, and for the most part, it's consent agenda type things, but there is a question relative to alterations to the front entrance and the pediment above it. And so in that light, I thought it would be helpful to bring it forward to have a conversation about it, and if there was anything else that you all were thinking about the project, but to maybe just offer some direction on which, if you're okay with it, or if you have issues with it, et cetera, et cetera. So, but the first thing is replacing the front stoop there at the entrance, modifying the front door, the frame around it, the trim around it, the pediment above it. Around the back side, they'll be infilling some basement windows. There's an old garage opening at the rear basement, installing a carriage-style door there. There's some replacing and relocating of a doorway and windows at the back porch. There's an existing driveway in a sense of, I think it's maybe 2 gravel ruts, but they're looking to replace that with some sort of permeable surface. And then the walks in the front are being reworked to allow access to that driveway. And that's what I have here. And Ms. Martin is here tonight and can answer questions. I don't know. Okay. And so, said my concern, and I expressed it to Ms. Martin, is that the entrance feature, removing the entrance feature and altering the pediment above the front door. I wanted to get some feedback on that, but otherwise, everything else on this request is fine. So there's not going to be any action taken tonight. And any questions from me? Mr. Zemer.
All righty. I guess for a pre-application conference, we don't necessarily need to solicit questions or comments from the public, do we?
That's entirely up to you. I don't know if there's anyone here who has any, but.
So I think we'll just open it to the BAR for questions, and maybe we'll do questions and then comments. So, and I guess first, as the applicant, do you have anything you'd like to say or prepared to speak about?
Well, I guess
Project?
I'd just comment that, living in this neighborhood and walking in this neighborhood, this is a very modest home of the time, and I don't feel like there's a real strict style, as I see many, many Cape Cods of this nature. Some have, like this one has a bay window off the side. I don't know how colonial revival that is. I don't know, I feel like the second-story dormers are small for this house, whereas I'll see another Cape Cod, the second-story dormers will see more appropriately scaled. Some have a very steep roof like mine, some don't. I just feel like there's a lot of variability around the style, and I think because it was built in 1939 and it was a smaller home, over time, before there were review boards, people have made modifications to suit their families growing and changes. For me personally, I like other Cape Cods in my areas fronts better, but mine sits very close to the street. I don't want it, and I already have something that projects forward, so what I asked my architect to do was come up with a way to give me a covered portico, so to speak, without creating an actual portico, because it's a modest home. And so her solution was a bracketed style with a shed roof. I've seen a lot of bracketed porticos around town. I've been spending a lot of time trying to come up with ideas and drawing them myself, and initially thought maybe keeping the triangular, kind of echoing that shape, but ultimately I liked this best because I felt like it sort of stopped the house looking like it's coming at you. That was my thought. Now, whether that's historical or appropriate, et cetera, I don't know. I also wonder with the pediment that was brought up by Jeff at the beginning, to me it looks kind of small relative to the front of the house, and I don't know whose decision that was, whether it was originally there when it was first built or whether it was applied at a later point in time, because to me it looks a little not to the correct scale. If it were my house, I wouldn't have put it there in the first place when I built it. The house was built, my understanding, for the principal of Jackson Via, Miss Via. This was her house. So she's an educator, teacher. She did not live extravagantly, and the house isn't extravagant, so the changes that I'm making, I'm trying to keep. I don't want it to look extravagant, and I feel like adding some big porch feature would create an extravagant that the house is just not suitable for. The way you access the front door right now with this side entrance on both sides, again, I don't know if that's original or if that's something that came later on, but it makes it really hard to get in the house, particularly if you're helping someone who needs help getting into the house, like an aging parent or something like that. It also makes it really hard to move furniture out. So I am waterproofing around the exterior of the house, and so thought let's just get rid of that front and put something about the same size but that can be accessed from the front, so that people can walk from this sidewalk directly to the front door, and then I'll do something to kind of access the driveway. The driveway right now is crumbling asphalt that goes all the way back to the rear of the property, and I'm going to excavate and get rid of all that asphalt. I really don't want an asphalt driveway, but I'm also not prepared to do anything really expensive in terms of a hardscape for the driveway. So that's why I suggested just something permeable, whether it's a gravel or it won't be fancy right now, but that will at least give me a chance down the road to make a change that I want to with a paver, a permeable paver or something like that. So that was my plan.
Thank you. All right, do we have any questions?
I have a couple questions. Are you replacing all the windows in the house?
I am.
Okay. Did not show up on our list, Jeff, at the top. The other question is, there's a sketch with some red lines on it. Are you raising the soil in front of the house to get rid of the steps, or?
No.
No.
So there will be, I don't believe that this sketch really shows the way the land falls away from, you're seeing some
Yes.
shrubs were drawn in. Yeah, that just means there's going to be plants put back there, I
Well,
think.
it says by the front steps, it says grade is higher, and I didn't know if that meant that you're gonna pull the soil up.
It's already, the way it is now, this was replaced once before because of water issues, and the way they regraded it is the soil goes up and then it goes back down into the house. So it's just going to be improved
Okay.
to get drainage away from the house. But it's not it's maybe 2 steps, 3 steps from, the steps were in process. In fact, I'm not wet on the whole railing step thing here, and I would rather have suggestions, and I don't even know if you need to approve that part of it, but that's been a sticking point for me, but I can't hold up the remodeling or the renovation because I'm not sold on how I exactly want the stoop. I do know I want the stoop to be 6 feet deep by the length that it already is, but,
I have one more question, I thought.
Yeah, the windows were not in the initial conversations I had. We'd asked for some updated drawings last week, so that's,
yeah, that's not Jeff's fault, that's my fault.
That's fine, I just want to clarify, because that is a thing that we,
Yeah, I am
to talk
getting
about.
I'm getting a, ultimate, the Marvin Ultimate window with the coconut cream is the exterior color. It's not as yellow as the ivory white, I think it's called, but it's not pure white. Right now, my house is a cream trim, which looks really nice with the color of the brick and the mortar. And I didn't want to go to white, but and the windows are just sized such that going with the line below that only gives you the white as an option for the exterior, just didn't really quite fit right, so hence doing that.
and on the front door, so it looks like you're keeping the screen door and the surround except for the little triangle at the top, is that correct?
I'm keeping the storm door, and all of the trim should be the same as it
Okay.
is.
Okay.
But there's a little pediment at the top, the triangular, that's gonna remain, or it's hard to tell on the,
I know, I'm not, I don't think that it would, based on how has it drawn.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd kind of like to lose the pediment, but I know some of you might want to keep the pediment, but.
Well, I think we'd be fine with, if we consider it a historic artifact, we'd be fine with building over it. But it hits at a sort of funny point. You know, she's continuing the eave, which would mean that, a third of that pediment is going to show underneath the eave, which I don't think you want.
No, definitely not.
So, I mean, if you replace it, if you remove it, you're going to have to fill in that space with something above the entablature, which can be done. And so you looked at a pitched bracketed overhang that followed the pitch of the pediment?
I thought about that at first, and I kind of drew it myself a little bit, and I just felt like it almost like those stacking dolls, like one thing stacked into the other, and it's just sort of coming at you, and so.
Telescoping.
I would rather not have that at all than have something, so this to me kind of solved the problem. It could be a better solution, but we've already spent like a ton of time on this. And what gave me this idea initially was I saw a photo of a Cape Cod of the same era in Atlanta that had something similar done, and I liked the idea of it. So I brought it up to my architect and said, what about something like this? So.
Did y'all, and I guess not necessarily stacking, but did you consider taking the roof line of the cross gable, I guess that's your front foyer when you enter, and just taking that roof line all the way out and essentially dropping 2 columns down or posts to create, it'd be a deeper porch, which would give you better coverage on your porch.
Yeah.
And that would preserve the front door in its entirety.
The challenge for me with this house is that I like that idea, except that I already have that protrusion out, and then it's just that much bigger. And I've seen, there's a house on where Evergreen turns into Lexington around that corner there, where they have something similar, and they just extended that out. They did do sort of a curved thingamajigger in there, and it just looks too much. Just like, I don't know, it just looks, and maybe this looks my suggestion looks too much. I don't know, it's hard to look at it from a CAD drawing, and
I think it's awkward.
you feel it's awkward.
I do. It's sort of like Roger said. It kind of just is trying to extend the eave line through, and I guess awkward is the right word for me.
Okay.
I'll say I find it elegant, actually.
I agree, I
An
do
elegant
too.
solution to, I agree with the assessment. I think that the original facade was not all properly proportioned. And I feel like, we've seen several of these among the years, and I feel like this one is actually pretty elegant.
I would like to second that. I think it's also a fairly elegant solution, and it doesn't protrude out in a way that detracts from the structure of the house itself. I think it looks pretty good.
To me, the solution is one that it is the least modification to the house. Like if you were to
Yeah.
extrude your foyer out, you'd be removing that whole wall and changing the mass of the house more. This seems like the most
That wasn't what I was suggesting.
the
No,
least
no,
impactful solution. What you're showing or what your architect has come up with.
So some perspective that might help is, you've looked at in the last year, two changes to front porches exclusively. One, Rugby Road Conservation District, and that was one where the front porch just didn't fit. But the request was to allow the change and to document what was there. And an option here is that it's not being removed, it's being altered. So the documentation or we can see what's there. And what I told Ms. Martin last week is that the option would be to at least do something that is appropriate and fits. So as long as, we're, like I said, we're not knocking something down and we're altering it, but is it altering it appropriately? And I think you guys have allowed that with documentation. So that's where it kind of comes down to me, if not a problem with changing it, but is the change okay?
Yeah, and I think that's where we might have some people think that it's awkward and some of us think it's not. I feel like the nice thing about what's been designed is that if at some point some future homeowner changed their mind, they could lop this off and put the little pediment back and it would be exactly as it always was. So it seems much more reversible.
How deep is
this
it?
way.
How deep is the bracketed roof?
It's 4 feet.
Oh, really?
Wow.
A comment on since it sounds like you're still figuring out the railings. I mean, I agree, it would be nice if, because if the drop from the side of your porch is less than 2.5 feet, you don't need a railing. You don't need a guardrail, but you will need railings at the steps. So theoretically, if you're trying to open that up even more, if you're just careful of how far the drop is off the side, you may not need to have a guardrail at all. Just a
Okay.
simple handrail. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. It makes sense.
I think, well, the windows always end up being a sticking point, but I think it's a simple house. You have simple 6/6 windows, or actually 6/1, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about the existing windows. Do you know if they're original?
Oh, they're definitely not original.
Okay, well, that makes it even easier.
Yeah, I think these are probably closer to what was originally there, in my mind, because I don't imagine the 6/0 or I don't know the terminology, but would have been.
Do you know if they're true replacement windows, or are they I don't know if you know, the difference is sort of in the details, but like sometimes they'll just cut the windows out and then put a new window frame in, which diminishes the actual size of the window.
That's what's in my house now.
Oh, that's what's in there now?
Yes. I believe these would be larger, because we took the trim off. We removed the trim from the outside of the house and looked at where the sill was and how they had to build up the window to put the windows that are currently in. So I don't think there would be much change in that.
Yeah, I think that's a better way of doing it. It's a superior installation method.
Yeah, that'll be a big improvement, what you're doing.
I think so. I wanted to put the mullions on the bottom sash as well, just because I felt like, it doesn't have, it's just plain, and I think it would just dress it up, but not too much. That's my thought. And probably was likely the original windows were probably like that.
Well, good. That makes that so much easier. We don't even have to have that discussion, so that's
Okay.
great.
Good.
I have my house, which is not too far from here, is about the same era, and I do consider it historic. These houses were built during the war. Yours was probably built right, as the war was starting up, but everybody kind of knew it was imminent, and that's really significant because houses were not, as I'm told, being built during World War II. It was a really pretty bleak time in the United States. So people that could afford an architect and could afford to have a house built were fortunate people, as you found out. I do think that the pilasters and the pediment are character-defining features of the entrance of this house. I agree with all of your intentions, including, not doing columns, just doing brackets, trying to keep it low profile. I just think that there are other solutions where you could retain that, and as you go under a new roof awning space, you would still see what I believe are those original, colonial revival features. Even on a modest house, they were a big deal because nobody was paying to build houses then. And even that little bit of detail reflects something that was going on at that time locally. So
That's a good
I
point.
don't think this house was ever meant to be a craftsman house or to be vernacular. It's what it is. That highly pitched roof is really pretty significant. It's really remarkable, as are the gables, 3 on the back that are quite handsome and the 2 on the front. So I would just, I don't know if I could support removing those, but,
You mean removing the pediment? and
removing the
yeah.
pilasters and the pediment. I think you were going to retain the pilasters anyway.
Yes.
But I think the whole thing, I think when, the pilasters move up and look and, that little detail at the top, which is at the top of your screen or storm door, that it introduces the rest of the, there's supposed to be columns
Right.
that the pediment sits over. And I do think it's a significant character-defining feature of your, quite adorable house, historic house. So.
What about, because I agree, it's important to me to keep the house close to what it originally was. So I'm trying to solve a problem and preserve. What would you think about, do you have some ideas for?
We're,
Yeah, you
I'm,
guys don't
I'm
do
not
that.
a designer. There are a lot of really talented people here,
Yeah.
and that's what your architect's job would
Yeah.
be.
Yeah.
We can make suggestions, and I think you've heard a couple this evening, but we are not a design team. And I would be the last person you'd want to hire in the room, for sure.
There's always a good solution to be had. I appreciate your, sorry, were you gonna say something?
No, go.
I wanted to say, I appreciate your point, Sherry. I think the idea of putting this in some kind of historic context is important. That's what we're doing here. And I think it's worthwhile to mention that, whether it's a perfectly proportional door or not, it retains some aspect of the 1940s that's just part of every other little detail probably on your street that makes your street what it is. So I appreciate the thought behind some of these comments and the cajoling you to try to preserve what's there. I would probably come down a little bit more on the side of it's a little awkward to me, the design, because I feel like it doesn't quite fit with the nature of the house and the style of the house. It does feel more craftsman to me. And, but I think that's your prerogative of, stylistically what you want. I think if you're looking for a, more of a kind of a seamless design that works with, enhances, or tries to support the style that your house is, then I think there are probably other options to look at.
Okay.
But I think that the idea of, like Sherry was, like Ms. Lewis was saying, to try to preserve what's on there is a good idea.
Okay.
And why not? I think that there are ways of doing it that are not that hard to accomplish.
And it's funny too, because I really didn't like the way the windows or the current front door is, because it was trying to take a house that's not a Craftsman and trying to make it a Craftsman. And,
Yeah.
and I really didn't like that, so I wanted to change the door and the windows back to, so it's funny that I hadn't really thought about the suggestion being Craftsman style, but I get that, yeah, okay.
All right.
Does it make, I think we've provided some conflicting
I
advice.
think we have indeed.
Does it make sense to, it sounds like you want to go back and talk to your architect anyways, but does it make sense for us to maybe have a straw poll of the general, just this porch overhang seems to be the sticking point for everyone, whether we would be able to approve it or not? Just a little straw poll, is that
Well,
fair?
full disclosure, this is my last meeting, so.
Assuming that your replacement will be your clone. Would we be so lucky?
We also are missing another member too, so
Yeah.
I just think it's dangerous for us to take
Well, I don't think,
a straw poll in time and,
but I think it might give the applicant some idea of approximately where we are. So there's always the risk that
I think-
someone might not show up or whatever, but.
Maybe we can. I mean, I guess after hearing some of the comments, I think I side with Ms. Lewis and Mr. Timmerman that I'd like to see the element of the pediment over the door preserved, but I'm not against some sort of extension of a roof over the porch. So it's just stylistically, this one doesn't achieve the goal of preserving that historic element.
Assuming it could be preserved, but they still had this shed roof on the front, that's kind of what I'm getting at.
I don't think that'd be possible to.
I mean,
Also,
it would-
if I'm reading you correctly too, it seems like you may want to go back and rethink it.
I do. I mean,
Okay.
even if you all, or half of you, or more than half of you, I guess is what's the important number, was said, go with it. I think I feel like I have reservations myself. So I think, importantly, I don't want my renovation held up because of the door. That's important, as I'm living in an apartment right now. So, yeah. But I would be very willing to come back and, I'd be willing to either abandon it, the idea, or come up with something I'm happy with and return.
Well, I think the solution really depends on whether we decide we can accept taking that down or not, because the solutions are completely different if we're saying that you have to keep the pediment. So I think we should at least be clear about that.
Proposed elevation, just
I mean,
so we're on the same page.
So I guess for straw polling,
Pediment or no pediment?
right, who's in favor of preserving the pediment? Okay.
It's three.
you've not yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
Are you in
entirely
favor of preserving?
replaceable.
Yeah.
If it were to come off and someone wanted to put it back in the future, it's just a triangle of wood.
It's just a crown mold is what it looks like, or a bed mold.
So,
So if that gives you any flexibility, I guess is where
I
that's kind
appreciate
of the
that.
point
It
is.
just doesn't mean it doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's still original building fabric, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm clear, I mean, we're all using the same language. That brick pediment above the door, stay.
Yeah, it's just.
So really, I saw this as an introduction of a feature, so I just make sure I understand when you say something's being.
You just said brick pediment.
we're talking about the white triangle
little-
above the
the
door.
piece of wood.
That's all we're talking about.
Okay.
That's it.
We've really gotten the weeds tonight.
Yeah.
No, it's that little white triangle.
Okay, I understand. I mean, when I talked to Ms. Martin last week, I mean, I was surprised, not surprised, but she was really enthusiastic about the brackets, and so that was, she really pushed back hard. So I really want to make sure we give her at least a clear image of what we're saying without, I realize you're not giving approval or anything. were there any issues with the other items at all? Okay. No.
I was just going to comment not on the pediment, which kicked that around, that, and I would say this to all the applicants, we don't need to see interior drawings unless it impacts something that you need to do on the exterior. And Ms. Outlaw has submitted these before, and she's pretty well known. She knows about our process, but we got them again. And, you know, it looks like beautiful plans, but we don't need to see them unless something in the inside is impacting the outside and you'd like to show us that condition or that need or something. But otherwise, we don't need to see floor plans, so
Yeah,
just.
things were moving fast, and
Oh, no blame on staff at all. I mean, it's just easier for them to include it because they don't know what's important, but just to encourage you.
Yeah.
Our packets are like sometimes almost 300 pages long. And I would like to go on, you know, a packet size reduction campaign
Okay.
in 2025.
I actually thought it was kind of, I mean, I know they're not required, but I was actually geeking out over them. I thought it was interesting.
Ignore the
I'd love to know what
architects.
the inside of the building
Ignore
looks
the
like.
architects.
just so Christine has the background, we've had applicants, you know, put in their, you know, little Timmy's bedroom or where the
Yeah.
wall safe is located, and I try.
No, like 30
Don't
pages
show me
worth.
that.
Yours was nothing. Yeah.
You know, I know that you did not need that. I think this was just a result of us sort of kind of making some decisions in the 11th hour, fatigued, and just like get it there. So, noted, I'll let her know.
All right. Thank you very much for bringing this to us. I think we'll look forward to a resubmittal when it's ready to,
A resubmittal of the pediment, or of the.
whatever you want to do.
the
This was just
front.
a preliminary discussion, so if you want to make these changes, you need to apply for a certificate of appropriateness.
Okay, I understand. Did I not do that already?
No.
Wait, say it again.
This said it was
Does she not-
pre-application.
This is just a pre-application conference. If she wants to make these changes, she still needs to apply for a COA, correct?
I did, I applied in October.
She has, and yeah, we,
Okay.
this is where things got bumped.
Yeah, this says pre-application conference,
Because-
staff report, and that's what we've
I
been
know,
doing
I
for.
know. And what happened was going into the November meeting, things had changed. There was some miscommunication on what was needed and what we had to have. And I had thought about just putting this on the November meeting for a discussion. When it looked like things were going to get a little complicated, as they did, I asked Christine if we could move it to December.
Okay.
And, because I was away for 2 weeks, I wasn't able to really dive into this. But then last week with, again, some sort of information coming in that didn't line up with prior information, that was my decision to, no, I need to have a coherent set of drawings and not several different things with notes on it. So, but I think that what has been presented, what we got last week with these drawings, they're fine if whatever is that they prefer to pursue with the front entrance, if there's options or what they want, and that we plan to bring this to you in January for formal approval.
Okay.
But it was, I mean, I was trying to be helpful, but the application was not ready in November.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll see it again in January,
I hope.
we hope.
Okay, so
Or
how
soon.
does that affect me and like me moving forward with things with, if everything is okay except for that front entrance?
So this, unfortunately, no formal action was taken tonight, so we did not vote on yes or no on your project. Because that was not how it was presented to us.
As I said, it's not, I mean, I'm not trying to, we didn't have a complete application in November, and we didn't have one at the beginning of last week.
Right. This was the one that came to us by email later
Yeah,
on.
so I just, you know, in fairness to everyone here, I think it wasn't complete, and there was some conflicting information. So we did get these, what you're looking at now, I think the middle of last week, but I wasn't able to address it in the staff report and get it. It didn't go out with the, I think the regular packet, or it was right there at the end. So, I mean, it is where it is. But I think this is part of what I was saying earlier in the preliminary meeting. Really need to do a better job on our end of communicating with folks. What do we need from you? And if we don't have it by this date, it just can't bring it forward. So that's where we were.
Well, I actually thought that I had a different understanding, is that basically you, as staff, had already looked at a lot of the other things that had been, she was proposing, and basically said you saw no particular problem with them, and the only thing that you were concerned about, the way I understood what you said, was the entrance.
Right,
And that's
and
what we had to think about.
And it
So-
changed.
So,
Yeah.
okay, my interpretation of that was that everything would be okay for her to go forward with in remodeling the house, except for the front. But that is not the proper understanding?
I mean, I can't,
I thought you had approved it as staff. That's what I
I
took
did
it
not
out.
approve anything.
Okay.
I mean, it really just, I mean, very blunt here. We had an application come in the end of October. It was some sketches and rough drawings and some photographs. A week later, I got some different photographs and some different sketches and different elevations. We then asked for a final drawing and got the drawing with the 4 renderings on it with red notes saying this isn't the final set, this is subject to change. That was last Monday. Again, trying to work with people and be helpful, but the application was not complete. And yes, the things in the backyard, the driveway and stuff like that were fine. We could have, you know, if I had all the time in the world, I would have said, do a COA request for the stuff that's simple, and omit the front and come back later for that. You know, in hindsight, that would have been the brilliant move. I failed in that regard. But the fact remains is the architect was not providing me with the information I needed to present to you all. Whether I thought in concept it was good or not, it just is, it was not, and I need to, like I said, be a better job of putting it on the applicants to provide the information that we need. Because I'm sorry, I'm too often sitting in front of you all apologizing for something I've done, when in fact it's just been unable to get the information from the application. And I guess my patience is a little bit thin at this moment.
I'm a little bit confused myself, because my understanding was that it could be conditionally approved, like some things could be conditionally approved. And when I initially submitted, I was told this is basically a simple, will be pretty simple because I'm not making many changes. When it became more difficult was when I decided I wanted to add a cover on. So the cover is really the challenge here, and the rest of it is very simple. And it's not any, and just in this conversation we've had this evening, there's been really no questions aside from the 6/6 windows that would change whether we could move forward with that.
Yeah, I
So
think-
I guess you're right, I don't really appreciate the process, and I am sorry my architect submitted the porch drawings delayed, but in part, I didn't quite appreciate that every part of this would have to be drilled down, because initially, when we initially talked, there was something about how they can approve something and conditionally approve something else. I am concerned about myself moving forward with this in a timeline that is possible for, like, my builder is ready to move forward, and, you know, I will axe the porch if I have to, or the cover if I have to. That is really important to me to get moving on this. And I really just don't understand what other elements of this would even require a whole lot of conversation, since I'm actually going backwards. I'm taking out the Craftsman style windows, replacing them with a higher quality window that is consistent with the color of the trim and will be historically accurate, and that's my whole goal. Otherwise, the changes are very minor.
Yeah, I think we
don't
appreciate that.
understand.
I think the problem is this wasn't, unfortunately, it wasn't formally presented to us. And there's a process that we go through where we invite public comment because you're in a historic district, and we didn't do that. And so in order to officially vote on this and approve it, we have to go through our standard process. And I understand this is like the epitome of bureaucracy, and that's gonna kind of make you upset.
Okay, well, let me ask another question then, because I heard you say to Jeff that potentially, could this be staff reviewed and approved with the exception of these things? What elements of this can't be staff approved aside from the porch cover?
I mean, oftentimes windows replacements is something that comes before the BAR, and it usually requires some more detailed photographs and sort of an assessment report showing that either the condition of the windows is poor or that they're clearly not original. But yes, to your point, I think some of these other minor things probably could have been approved by staff. Certainly the front porches on the primary facade of the building, that would need BAR review and approval. So you may be able to, I don't know if they can amend the COA or somehow, as Jeff kind of suggested, get staff approval on some of these minor things and then maybe bring before us just the change to the porch. I don't know if there's a path there to get you moving forward.
Well, this is a process that's required by code, so I can't leap over it, even if this were my own house. There are things involved that, I mean.
But we've now done it
And yeah, I mean.
in terms of the
somebody wants to-
pre-application conference.
Yeah, move their stepping stones in the front, that's minor. When I say things are minor, that doesn't mean just go ahead and do it. I really do think there was some miscommunication here, but it's, the fact remains, I mean, I didn't know anything about the windows being replaced until,
I think I noticed that in the packet.
Were there,
So-
yeah.
So I just need to,
Has the building permit been submitted?
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
so,
The windows being replaced were always part of the original plan.
I didn't see those in the drawings.
Okay.
They say new, but then we would ask for more detail about.
Right. We usually get like some middle data and cut sheets on the windows.
Yeah.
that are
What I'm
replaced.
saying is that I asked for a set of drawings and received them the middle of last week
Yeah, that
after
was
we'd written the staff
delayed.
report. And so we shared it. I didn't dive into it because I knew I was bringing it to you as just a discussion item. So I said, I don't want to, I'm not trying to point fingers here,
Yeah,
but
you're good.
I did not get the information I needed to present to you a complete application. And therefore, I decided not to submit to you.
And just for the
Or
public's
COA.
information, when was the deadline for submitting materials for this meeting, Mr. Warner?
Well, the deadline for this meeting was 3 Tuesdays prior, and then, and we received information the end of October. But again, it was bits and pieces, and it was not a coherent set of drawings.
Okay.
But I don't know, yeah, there's no way, I mean, I can't suddenly elevate this to a formal COA request. The ordinance doesn't allow me to do that, and I'm not going to put my job on the line to suggest you do that. This is not a constant occurrence. There's some miscommunication here, and I think we pick it up, and the process is we look at it in January. I think that there are questions to be asked about windows. We've talked before about when doing replacement windows in non-conforming houses or non-contributing, I mean, or buildings which have had replacement windows if they are not the original windows. It's possible. I mean, if I'd known that, I would have certainly included that and had a discussion. But overall, you cannot tonight grant a COA.
We're not
for in
proposing
total
to.
what's being requested. Yeah.
For January,
We get it.
can,
That's right.
for January, can you work with the applicant so that we can set up the approval so that we can approve everything and the porch would be separate just in case we don't like what she comes up with the porch? Okay. So at least we streamline that, so at least everything's done by January for
And you've done that
construction.
before. You know, I've omitted something that has some question to it, and no problem.
Well, I did not mean to waste anybody's time, for sure. I truly, when I applied in October, thought this was was told it was relatively straightforward. It evolved, that is true, and my architect was delayed in getting the last piece of it to Jeff's team, which is true. I didn't appreciate that it had to be reviewed as a whole unit. I honestly thought that my original meeting, which was set up for November, and I had a sign in my yard about it. I was told by Jeff that it was getting delayed because he had too many things to address at the November meeting, and he was punting mine to December. I said, that's fine. I didn't realize that the meeting itself changed. I thought it was the same kind of meeting that we were going to be reviewing for approval to get a building permit going, and that there might be some elements that would be conditionally approved. That was my understanding moving forward. So I'm frustrated, yes, because I think there is some miscommunication. What I was required to provide, particularly from the October or from the November meeting, like I said, where we had a sign in our yard. We're moving it to December. I thought it would be the same kind of meeting. Had no idea it would be a different kind of meeting. So, anyway, did you have any questions for me?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So Jeff, to be clear, every single COA applicant needs a pre-application conference moving forward?
No, only over certain.
This is why we need a little bit of discussion on the process and the bylaws. I think that
So only a certain dollar threshold?
You know, as Christine said, that her project, there was some evolution to it. And it's continued to evolve. It's not been my best 6 weeks at work. There's a lot going on.
There's.
And so, sorry, I wasn't able to be at 100% on this one. But again, I just will emphasize, I didn't have complete information, and but what we need, what we'll do is, when a preliminary, all projects that are expected to cost in excess of $350,000 per code require a pre-application conference. I think there's a distinct difference between a 184-foot tall building on West Main and a 1939 Cape Cod in North Downtown, and we have to come up with some guidance on that. What I try to do, and I try to do this very honestly to help applicants, is that sometimes when it's not quite there yet, to still bring it to you all to have a conversation so we keep moving, things moving forward. And I think I take a lot of pride in that, but I also get a lot of grief from it, but I want to try and keep things moving forward. And it's because any input we can offer, but I definitely need to come up with a better process for this. And if someone does not have everything that I need to take to the BAR, then I'm not going to bring it. And I'm sorry, I'm getting the burden of being helpful, and it's no good deed goes unpunished, and that's how I feel at this moment. Forgive me for saying that, but it is a requirement. But when this was initially presented, it was relatively simple. So moving forward, the next one is a preliminary discussion for a project on
Did you guys
Park
have else to
Street.
say?
I do. I don't like hearing that this is trying to be helpful, and if I knew exactly what was required, when it was required, that would be different than saying, just submit what you can and we'll keep things moving forward. I moved out of my house. I moved everything out of my house, my whole family out of my house. Had I realized that I would be in a position of potentially waiting another month to deal with this for something that's quite honestly, aside from that front porch, pretty simple and will improve the home overall. I would have obviously not put myself in a position of limbo. So I appreciate help, and I appreciate, I just don't understand where we get from, I'm putting a sign in your front yard, oh, I've got too much to do, I was gone, I'm busy, things got complicated. My project really evolved in the porch overhang.
Right.
And so, therefore, to me, this meeting could have been taken place tonight with everything except for the porch overhang. I don't understand that.
Ms. Martin, and
I will walk out, but I didn't want to
No, I
leave and then
understand.
have you still
We-
having a
we-
conversation with this
No.
board about how you're being so helpful and how, because
we can share, I will share the emails with the BAR. We asked for very specific information, and the roof on the front came as a photograph of a building on Locust Ave. It then came in as a bracketed thing. We shared with you last week, I laid out, I even spent time laying out, I need these 4 elevations, I need these 4 photographs, I need these 4 changes shown. We got a page with renderings on it with notes that said this is not a complete design. So I appreciate everything you're saying, but I asked for information, I was trying to be helpful. Yes, the reason we had, at the time we came here in October and we were ready, or in November, had that meeting, I was working with another set of images that have been shared and not what the BAR is looking at tonight. So I really do appreciate your situation, but at no point in time did I communicate that this was going to be approved easily. I said it required approval, it didn't look complicated, and we needed the following information. And I again, appreciate your situation, but I can't, I've learned my lesson, and that's all I can say. And I will share with the BAR what I shared with you and your architect. And if I failed and erred, I apologize. But I asked for a clear and complete set of drawings, and we didn't get it until middle of last week.
okay, thank you.
But thank you, Christina. We'll get it figured out.
All right. Our next agenda item is a pre-application for conference for 745 Park Street.
So this is Mr. Riddle back again with the latest iteration of his little home project on Park Street. You've looked at this property a couple times, a couple of years ago, and I was surprised how long ago. The BAR did approve a COA to raise the 1957 house at 745 Park. Then Mr. Riddle changes, he then explored a new structure at the back, which you all looked at, had approved, and I'm giving Kevin a hard time because it's, because I know Kevin. And so what's before you tonight is a request to the existing house will not be raised, but it will have basically a pop-up addition done to it. In the staff report, sort of offered 2 ways to look at this. One is because of the fact that a demolition COA was approved. Now, granted, that has since expired, but because the demolition had been approved, that you could look at the addition as being essentially a new construction, a new building. Or you could look at it in terms of an addition onto an existing building. I don't know if there's a right or wrong, because the guidelines for additions generally follow some of the new construction guidance. So the one way to think about this is, yes, this is something that is building on top of an existing 1957 house. The other is, this is the introduction of a rather contemporary design into the historic district. So because of what we mentioned earlier, of the cost requirements in order to have a pre-application conference, I advised the Riddles to come forward and have that with you all. Purpose of that being, as I've outlined in the staff report, really to introduce you to the project, answer any questions they have, give any guidance that you might have, and so that they can come back with a complete application. So do you have any questions for me?
When was the demolition permit given?
November 2021.
November 21, and it was extended, but then that lapsed last spring. Where's Kevin? There he is.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, the demolition request did lapse, and we no longer have any intention of demolishing the existing house, but we are planning to change it a lot. So our interpretation is that this now is an addition rather than totally new construction. And I'll be very brief. I think the booklet describes it pretty well. We just want to remove the top half of the house with the gable roof and replace that with a full story. We are cladding it in a metal siding. We are adding a porch and a covering over the porch. We'll be painting the existing brick. And I think that describes it pretty well. So I'm happy to take questions and comments.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Should we read this in conjunction with the other project that was proposed, or this is in lieu?
I would say this is independent.
Independent.
You know, we don't mean to abandon that approval.
Yeah.
But I think our direction has changed somewhat, or at least the phasing, you might say.
Gotcha.
So we see this as the priority. I mean, the house, it needs something, and this is overdue.
Yeah.
And so we thought this makes more sense for us to give the existing house attention first.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's just helpful because I think they will be, in some cases read together if they were both built.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And I think it strengthens the argument probably more than anything, but I'm just curious.
Right.
Yeah.
I have a question. What is the roofing? Is it an EPDM?
Yeah.
And how are you draining that? Is it internally?
It's draining to the rear. I think the rear elevation will indicate that there's a
No parapet on the back.
gutter there and downspouts. And I'm sorry that the text didn't show up there on the left image, the left existing plan. That's just noting that the existing concrete stoop and sidewalk will be demolished, obviously, before the new porch is added.
What's the square footage of the existing house?
The existing house, we have a partially finished basement. So that, along with the story and a half, I think it's about 1,400 square feet.
Mary Poppins first. I would have 1,400 square feet, but with the basement and upstairs.
I'll start. Just looking at the guidelines for additions, function and size, you seem to, you're basically keeping the same footprint.
That's right.
So that's a bonus. Location, on the lot, even with the structure that we had approved in the rear yard, I think the location's just fine and on the lot, and with regard to other historic assets that you've got on either side of you on Park Street. I don't quite meet that the new additions should not destroy historic materials. You're going to destroy something. We're not sure how historic or significant it is, but that's kind of the nature of additions. But the good thing is that you are not replicating or trying to replicate the original style of the house. It's radically different, and that's what we look for in additions. You know, it's hard to, this is not just an addition and adding a room or adding something that's a little bit more freestanding, but in the true, it meets that guideline. And I don't think that I think that the materials and the features of the house do meet parts of the historic district. I think it would be really lovely to have a contemporary home, maybe one of the first on Park Street. So I applaud it. I have no objection to it. If we're all trying to keep our comments as brief as Mr. Riddle's, I'll stop there.
And I was just going to throw in some guidelines for, because I did approve this for demolition, I still view it as a new construction. And I mean, the height and width meet the guidelines for new construction. There's a lot of stuff in the new construction chapter about porches. You clearly have a porch. Shallow pitch roofs and flat roofs are appropriate in historic residential areas on contemporary design buildings. Check. You're keeping the rhythm, pattern, ratios of solids and voids similar to what's already there. More porch stuff. The materials, I mean, so the metal on the walls is unique, but I think I could see it as being a reflection of metal roofs in the neighborhood. And it's kind of replacing what was your roof. It's definitely different. The bright blue, you've got bright blue in your neighbor's house. So we definitely can't get you for that. I think the one thing that's getting me is you do have, you've got unfinished wood. But I think we've allowed that elsewhere.
Well, it'll have a clear finish on it, but you're meaning unpainted.
Well, and it'll eventually, I guess you said it will eventually weather to a gray.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, your front guardrail, it's only guardrail height, but it's reading a little bit like a fence. But again, these are, I think you have a strong design aesthetic that you've tried to create, and I'm not gonna, just because it's different from what's historic, I don't think I can knock you for that. So I think you made a nice project. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I need to shut up. Be quick. I think it meets our guidelines.
Now, Carl, one thing I wanted to clarify, really, for the sake of the BAR fee, is it okay to technically regard this as an addition rather than new construction?
Oh,
right? Because
let Jeff answer that.
Yeah.
Above our
That's,
pay grade.
I mean, it was, I think, under the circumstances of this site and what we've looked at, the fact that it is an addition to an existing building, I have no problem looking at it as an addition.
I'm thinking philosophically because
I hear you.
Yes.
I agree. We want it to be a pretty significant transformation, even though it's still a pretty modest house.
Yeah.
But it's still the first story is being left more or less as it is, at least on the outside.
We ran into this with the sorority on rugby that was
I remember that.
essentially a new building, and I think that we had to, from a guideline standpoint, we kind of had to use the new construction, but from a technical standpoint, it might have been considered an addition.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I mean, if you look at the new construction and additions guidelines, limit the size of the addition so that it does not visually overpower the existing building. I don't know if I can argue that. But
We can definitely live with it being regarded as a new construction.
it's sort of, it's hard to call it an addition. It's sort of like a swap, right? It's kind of taking this out as opposed to adding on, you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
That being said, I don't, I could be swayed.
More modern houses downtown, I say.
Right on.
I like the approach. I think it'll be an improvement upon the current situation, and I think together with the other project, if that gets built at some point, would also strengthen the two, speaking to one another. The only I have two comments. One is that I think it would be more appropriate to cover the ends of the joists on the stair. They're open, and so it becomes kind of a striking rhythm, and it feels a little less finished in the context. And then the other is, to my eye, the bright white under the black calls more attention to itself, or makes it more a little louder than I feel like it could or should be. But that's it's my last meeting, so we can talk about it later.
I don't think the white is any louder than the blue next door, so it's fine.
I can offer, when Kate and I looked at this, it's a building that almost reads as a sculpture on the landscape, and we both kind of wondered, like, how does the landscape plan help it, hurt it, harm it, or is that, so that was just one of those thoughts, is that it seemed alone.
If you go maybe if you could advance it a page or two to maybe the second perspective, the one after this. Yeah, at some point I think we do want to revisit the landscape, but we just don't have any design work there yet at this time.
Brett's gonna have some free time.
We'll need help.
All right, any other thoughts or questions? Did we answer all the questions you have?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin, if you want, let's touch base and get this back in.
Since the next one's gonna take a while, do you think we could take like 5 minutes? All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 7:30. Oh, that means I get to do this.
And on the other hand, you should have been allowed to go with even if after all. Yeah. 15 minutes. Yeah, I know. No, I hate that they are, but I understand it. No, I'm about liberal institutions, but it's just, ABR is what I've been complaining about recently. The city council will adopt all kinds of things.
It's almost like, if you're gonna do something really different like this, make it like glass.
I agree, but
You still see the benefit. You know, this is just a glass plane.
hey, pay no attention.
Like just picking another historic substance.
Right. It's confusing that. Anyway, you're picking.
Now, there's another one that's further to the right that's, this one just like has a really dark, proper
fun.
Excuse me. As you keep going down to
So abstract. And it's, it's like anti-context. It's one thing if this
Is
were
Fresh Spring
sort of in a
Beach Club a thing still?
landscape.
Yeah. I know a family who Sunday spent the summer there.
Really?
Yeah, and they live, actually.
I think that's more active than ever.
Right there, but yeah. They just did a huge renovation on the space inside, it's actually really nice. The Democrats had an election night, victory, whatever,
defeat party.
not for the president, but, you know, for other offices. But they said it's really nice. They did away with, like, some chairs and some carpeting that people were
Yeah, I mean, I
sentimental
wouldn't call
about.
it an overhaul,
Yeah,
but
You
but
got
some
some
improvement.
bar back open.
I used to go to fundraisers there for the AIDS Society, basically, and it was a little tatty then.
Well, a lot of people would, yeah, would have events there, but it was,
My
you
thing
know.
is, it's like still got some of the finishes.
Part of that white, it's just, it's always
I don't
been
know if
that
they're
white.
original period, but they're, you know, some stuff in there probably
I guess I'm not used to
sixties and.
We were having a little,
Could still be
little
20s,
Oh, y'all are members?
Yeah.
They started
Oh, okay.
construction, I think.
We've got 2 kids, so.
They're gonna be.
Go swim.
Yeah, that cool.
On the last BAR meeting of this year.
Parking that coal tower.
There we go.
What'd you get in yours? Like
I mean, this is like,
handkerchief?
this is Polaroids.
I see we're in favor of Christmas.
Green ribbon.
Very nice.
Yeah. Arts and crafts bungalow. See if we can. Basically, we moved into a 2-bedroom house and then had another kid. So, they're in bunk beds now.
And you're thinking that's not gonna last.
That won't last forever.
Or is it just the
Have you considered the advantages of
straight out
sporting
flats, height limit? On downtown mall.
Oh, what?
A height limit, like just like.
Well, it works out very well for
We
the.
have lots of municipalities that have like just plain old height limits. And it makes the discussions a lot easier.
I think there was some discussion, but it,
You got the thing to sign.
I kind of argued really hard to let us do our job.
And look at it more case by case.
Oh.
Argument for that?
I didn't want us to, there was some talk about lowering the height limit quite a bit. And then that was causing a whole argument of,
I'm not sure that this.
like, I don't think we were gonna be able to get through that argument. It was like, should it be low, should it be high? Because half the planning commission wanted it to be, you know, maximize the height.
I can pen my.
I have a feeling he'll see him.
Yes.
I guess you're ageist, but I'll take
Right.
that.
Now that he's not on BAR, there are no,
There
there are
aren't
no
actually
boundaries.
that many properties.
It'll actually be worse.
Getting
You're gonna be like the mental health
And
counselor.
that's what my fear.
Yes, the down.
My fear is
Put a date on
people
this.
applying for demolition permits and going through the process and then demolishing buildings.
No, I just meant
Like I
ours.
said,
Sure.
I think we can work through most of them.
Don't object.
Can, unless
I accept your friendly amendment.
you go through that
No.
process, you just have to.
I wanted it in your handwriting because I'm like,
And I guess I said 2 years. I think it's actually 1 year that you've got. And if it doesn't sell, and I don't know if I'll determine fair market value, but the property's worth a whole lot
I
more
think I've taught it.
as a 10-story building than as a 2-story historic building. That has to be
Oh, I didn't get some. Oh, I didn't look at the front either.
Kevin left his bricks in.
Yeah.
We didn't look, we raised a glass for Brad.
It'll live in Jeff's sample graveyard.
Leave it in the,
Yes.
at the end.
Yes. Yes. Just came Whoa.
So I heard you were working on the school back in the day. That's what you're telling me.
Your
Pro
cake.
bono sketches.
We're gonna
public schools all the way until our last kid, out of 3, who was having some real issues in middle school.
Oh, so she was in middle school and then you moved her in
Yeah, the last 2 years.
You did this.
We did.
Okay, 7 for
She
people in
loved it.
Belmont.
Yeah.
She really thrived.
That's
and,
Amy.
like,
I don't know. I might be wrong.
she came to turn around.
Nice.
But I
No,
had
it's
real
not the right one. That's not it. Shoot.
reservations
Sorry, that's not
about
it.
the kids in private school. But that place was sweet.
I don't know.
No, it's not.
Yeah, and of course my other daughter was like, oh, why didn't you get there? That's
I
really
just
cute.
another one that Jim Rousseau did, and it's, I can't remember his name.
What were the problems?
He's gay. I mean, he works for QIM.
Just kind of, early teenage stuff, to a degree that was like a little different than the others.
Yeah.
And maybe not quite able to meet
That's
yet.
cool. Really cool.
And she got a really great boost of confidence from it.
So I live like kind of behind her.
And she went back to CHS. She loved it.
Okay, so now like, what do you guys need to do?
Yeah, it was like a
We're looking up your house.
Funny how that can happen. You just
Actually,
somebody
put
ask
this on
somebody
their
to
Facebook page, and I didn't even notice.
Like, and that happens.
Maybe they did say, I think we should, well, yeah.
Just a preliminary
Oh, I know that. I know.
I mean,
why.
people,
Oh, that's so good.
there's good at
We do.
There's gonna be.
Carl is kind of.
All right.
How old are you?
I'm gonna call us back to order.
She's really, I think she's really.
It's
good for her. We don't need no
Since we are still just having pre-application conferences, I think we'd like to just keep the ball rolling on tonight's agenda. Mr. Warner stepped out of the room. Ms. Richardson, I don't know if you are prepared. That'd be great. For 1,000 Wortland Street, I think, are y'all the applicants for this? Great. So there's some folks that could speak to it as well. If you want to just give us a very brief overview, that'd be fantastic.
Sure. So this is your second continuation of a preliminary discussion. The 10th and Wortland project, large scale. They are continuing to seek design feedback. And in our staff report, I think some things that we just wanted to clarify were what's outlined, some other elevation dimensions that we required, but they did provide an updated packet recently, and so that is included.
Great. I'd like to ask the applicants if y'all don't mind coming up and, if you've got it, do you have a prepared presentation or just sort of, okay, fantastic. If you can do that, and then as you go through, if you kind of highlight changes from what you showed us last time to what we're seeing tonight, that'd be helpful.
I'll kick it off briefly. JT Engelhardt with National Housing Trust. NHT and me in particular, I've been involved in the Kindlewood redevelopment. We co-own and are co-developers of that with Piedmont Housing Alliance. And that's just background. This, we were and this is a continuation, so I said this before, I'll be brief. A development team consisting of POA, Preservation of Affordable Housing, National Housing Trust, and Wycliffe Development Consulting was chosen by the UVA Foundation to be the developer of affordable housing on this about 2-acre site, the subject site. And the last thing I'll say is we are on a schedule that would submit for competitive low-income housing tax credits on March 20th, 2025. And it's, we need site plan approval before then. So I'll hand it over to Liz.
Thank you. I'm Liz Chapman with Grimmon Parker Architects, and if you could advance to the next slide, please. So just for a brief recap for everyone or anyone who might not have been present when we first discussed this, The current site is divided into 4 different properties. There's a mix of ownership between UVA and the UVA Foundation. Those 2 entities are in the process of doing a number of different configurations, but eventually we will end up with this site being one single site. And if you can move to the next slide, please. I'll get a little bit more into the complications here just as a quick refresh, but there is one existing building on site. It is a non-contributing structure from the early 80s. Please, next slide, please. And so there again, you can see kind of the complicated current use. Also note that in addition to the existing structure, the balance of the site is primarily used for surface parking currently. Next slide, please. So some images of that current building and the current surface parking just for reference. Next slide. So the new zoning code defines this as CX8, which in this case, because we are proposing all affordable housing, would allow us to take the full bonus density and go as high as 8 stories. What we are proposing here is only 6 stories. Next slide, please. So when we met last time, it was really to get you all to help us figure out how to use the guidance of the various districts because of the complication here that we are partially in the West Main Street ADC, but really the site more relates to the Wurtland ADC and the individually protected property that are both right across the street. So you did help us get a little bit of clarity on that. And again, for context, these are some of the other other structures that are in the Main Street ADC, and moving on, and then the ones that are in the Wurtland ADC. And there's a very wide variety in both of those districts. So your help was appreciated in trying to figure out how to address that. And go ahead to the next slide, please. So again, up to 11 stories is allowed, but we are only proposing 6. So if you can go ahead through that next slide. And one more. So again, this is all review for all of you, but here's the new stuff. So what we are proposing, in this particular view, I'm sorry that it's cut off on the bottom, but this view is the Wurtland Street elevation. So on your far right, you'll see where we're proposing to have the pedestrian entrance to the apartments. And you'll note that at this corner, it'll have a relative feel of a 4-story building because there are some pretty significant grade changes. And we're also proposing that 6-story to step back approximately 10 feet on both the Wurtland elevation and the 10th Street elevation. So from the perspective of someone standing on the street on either Wurtland or 10th, it should feel like a 4 or 5-story building, depending on where you are. The majority of this, the first floor of this elevation, where it's partially underground, is a parking garage. So we've been working with the city with their new ordinance to figure out how best to deal with that, some of those blank wall conditions, looking at different types of landscaping. However, this is the north elevation, so we need to be sensitive to things that are actually going to be able to grow and thrive given the shading that's happening here. If you could go to the next slide, please. So this is our street section across Wurtland. And so you can see we've been exploring different types of plantings along this area with the city, particularly with the urban forester, trying to find cultivars that can work with our conflicts that we have with utilities that are in the street in this area. And for that reason, because of all the utilities, we have proposed to flip the sidewalk and the planting strip from what current ordinance requires to what is more similar to what's there currently. Mainly because any type of tree that we would propose, basically the utilities were shooting down. So by flipping them, if we look for some more columnar species or shade-tolerant species or even large bushes, we feel like we can be more successful in getting those plants to survive and thrive. And so across the street from this is existing homes that are well set back, so there's not really a lot of context immediately across the street in this area. Next slide, please. So this is our elevation from 10th Street. And again, so you'll see it kind of looks like a 5-story building from this perspective because that top floor is set back. So we are planning for the ground floor here in front of the garage to have retail bays. The owner is planning for a mix of uses that will serve the residents who live in this building and the greater community. And that will almost certainly include early childhood care center. Next slide, please. And so here's the street section across this area. Again, we have a pretty big issue with some very substantial utilities in the street and under the sidewalk in this area. So we're again proposing to leave the sidewalk where it's currently located and move the street trees to an area with no encumbrances. Again, working with the city to try and find something that's maybe a little more small scale or columnar so that it's not going to be interfering with those utilities or be in conflict with the footings of the building. Next slide, please. So there is an extensive landscape plan that has been developed, and we are happy to get more into the details of that with you. But again, working to find that balance to understand these specific species with the city that are really going to work and thrive in these conditions, because they are fairly extreme conditions that we're asking these plants to survive in. We're looking at individual entry points, with hardscaping to define the individual retail entrances. And you'll see in the center of 10th Street, a little bit more to the south side there is the garage entry, and also a secondary pedestrian entry into the building. We have been working extensively with the traffic engineer in order to find the right place for that home. Additionally, in the top left-hand corner, you'll see where our loading bay and service entry is planned. So trying to separate those uses so that larger trucks and pedestrian vehicles or single-family vehicles are not in the same place. And I'll just mention also the relationship, the rear of the south and the western portion of the site, which butt up against the UVA property at Stacy Hall. Those areas are intended to be largely prairie grass areas. That's going to be doing a lot of our stormwater management. There will be some underground stormwater in addition to what we're doing at the surface with all of that prairie grass landscaping. Next slide, please. So here's an image of what we're proposing for you all. This is the corner of 10th and Wirtland, right at the traffic light. We've been having discussions with the city and Dominion about whether or not we can underground some of the overhead utilities that are at this intersection, which are quite extensive. But it kind of gives you a flavor of what we're thinking for that pedestrian view at the intersection. Next slide, please. So this would be your view looking along Wirtland towards 10th Street. So again, you can see the pedestrian entrance, and it won't actually say entrance, it'll say whatever the building address is, but, or the building name ends up being. But again, that view sort of into the main lobby and amenity areas and leasing office right at that entry point. Next slide, please. And so this would be your view standing on 10th Street, looking toward Wurtland. So the immediate retail bay right there in front of you would be the Early Childhood Center, and their outdoor play area would be behind that fence off on your left-hand side. All right, next slide, please.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah,
This
sure.
is Wurtland.
That's, we're standing at the top of 10th.
We're on, we're standing on 10th,
okay.
looking toward Wurtland. So the
Down-
Coca-Cola
down.
building is on your right-hand side.
Down the hill.
And so this is a view, again, along 10th, looking sort of at the individual commercial entry points into the building. And you can kind of see what we're thinking with the landscaping and some hardscaping in order to define little nodes at each entry point. Next slide, please. And there are some basic floor plans here just to help you kind of understand a little bit the frame of reference. I know they're not really necessary, but I think helpful in this case to kind of understand kind of what's going on behind some of those windows. So this is your garage floor, which is more than 50% below grade. Next slide, please. This is the first floor, and you can see in blue would be all the amenity spaces. So we have a small sliver of those amenities that'll be facing Wurtland, but the majority of them would be sort of to the back and the rear of the property. Mainly because we want to keep that sort of more, that rhythm of more residential sized windows really up at the street. Next slide, please. And just a typical floor that is all units surrounding a courtyard. And then you can see sort of the step back on that top floor, and we're envisioning that there would be some sort of amenity space on that top floor up at the corner. So there might be a little activity up in that top corner. Okay. And so because of the affordable housing component and the tax credits that JT mentioned, we're really told what materials we have to use. And those are primarily brick and fiber cement. Those are what the tax credits require of us. In this case, I think it's fortunate because I think they really do work fairly well with the neighborhood, particularly the brick and the sort of the lap siding style works well in this neighborhood. And with that, I welcome your comments. Thank you all so much.
All right, thank you. I guess we'll start with any questions for the applicants.
I guess is stucco or EIFS not allowed by your tax credits? Okay.
That's interesting.
That's, yeah.
A quick question, why didn't you go higher?
A lot of it has to do with the funding mechanisms and what we can, structurally, what we can afford to build. And so if we start to go higher, we hit up against the price caps for the affordable housing tax credits, and it gets harder.
Basically, we couldn't do 100% affordable housing in steel and concrete in this region or pool for Virginia housing. There's simply not enough tax credits. Our ask would be too high. It's not financeable, the short answer.
So we're trying to stick with wood construction because that's what the tax credits will bear.
Am I correct that there's really only one entrance to the apartment complex, and that's the one on Wurtland at the, I guess, the northwest corner?
Yeah, so we will have two entrances to the apartment, two main entrances to the apartments. But really that is by design, that the way that the nature of the population that they are serving and the way that they provide their services, it's really important that staff see and check in with tenants on a regular basis. And so the best way to facilitate that is to have everyone come and go from a common point, and to have the mailboxes be as close to the leasing office as possible so that that folks can really see their community, that staff can see their community on a regular basis.
What are the buildings between this one and Main Street?
Yeah, so along 10th, sorry, there is a one-story, two-story retail building that includes a ramen noodle shop and a Starbucks, those types of things. And then between that building and this one, there are a few small homes that are contributing structures in the Main Street district that actually front on 10th and a half Street. But their sort of entry and their parking lots are accessed from 10th Street, but they're well set back onto 10th and a half. And they were originally single-family homes that are now being used for commercial purposes. I think one houses a cafe, and I believe the other one is Skanska's field office for some UVA construction work.
Did you say in that garage plan, what was the space in the bottom? There were two areas where you had, it looked like they were retail. Yeah, the purple on the bottom.
Yeah, so that long skinny one on the
Yeah.
bottom is the childcare area.
Okay. And that's what you were seeing in the perspective looking down? Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other three that are in the top portion, the development team is planning for some resident services and sort of larger neighborhood services that will occur in at least two of those spaces. And then I think the third, I believe the neighborhood associations in the area are really lobbying for some sort of corner market, to be determined.
To be determined is the answer. For that use, it's collaborative. So definitely not a grocery store.
Yeah, no, it's a relatively small square footage.
Definitely, I don't think we can say that is what it's going to be. It might, but it's just it's going to be a collaborative process with the community.
And then I had a question on where you've got the prairie grass. It's sort of a sharp corner up there going up into that like parking lot. But I know that also goes uphill, right?
So 10th and a half Street is roughly at the floor level of our third floor.
Yeah.
So it's quite a ways up.
So is that just, I guess, is the prairie grass sort of level and hitting your building, or does it slope dramatically down?
So the high corner is down in the southwest, and then it's sloping down toward both streets.
Okay.
And then the low point on this southern property line would be the outdoor play area for the children.
Right. And then are you proposing any sort of like fence or anything along that edge of the property line essentially?
So we will have to do some retaining wall. Because there is that existing historic structure immediately to the south, and it's right up at the property line.
And it's quite old, so. I guess I just bring that up because that retaining wall on that edge, we'd probably would like to see that.
Okay.
How many units are they going to be, all affordable?
It'll be 180 units total, and they will all be affordable. JT might be able to speak to the range of affordability.
The range would be between 30% area median income all the way up to 80% area median income. So within, and we're not set on the actual levels yet, but that's the range. It will be 100% affordable, but going up to 80% is pretty. From 30 to 80 is a pretty serious mix if you think about what the area median income is in Charlottesville. Those are pretty high rents.
And the traffic engineers are happy with the underground parking entrance right immediately off 10th Street? Because that's as you know, a very busy street.
Yeah, we're well aware. We have not been having those conversations. That's been the civil engineer and the traffic engineer having those conversations with the city. But my understanding from what I've heard secondhand through them is that after some pretty in-depth analysis, they're sticking to this location And they are fairly far through their site plan approval process with those city engineers. We did have at one point a lay-by proposed
Right.
along 10th Street for the childcare, and they absolutely nixed that. So we're actually gonna deal with that lay-by area inside the very front portion of the garage.
Is the roof flat?
It is flat. Yeah, so the project is hoping to meet zero energy ready homes and passive house. And so with that in mind, we are planning to put solar panels on, and so that flat roof really helps with being able to put solar panels on the top.
All right. If we're done with questions, any comments?
I want to introduce some things about the, I guess, zoning. Jeff, is that all right if I go over those items?
Sorry, I'm distracted.
Okay, so I understand that you guys do have your site planning process, and there were some comments back from the city, so you guys will be getting some exceptions to our zoning code. And I just want to run through those real quick, just so that we understand what's being asked, so that maybe those are some areas that we want to talk about. The extra deep setback on 10th Street, and I understand that's to get your landscaping in, whatever, to avoid that utility line. The building width on Wortland is longer than we would normally allow by zoning. The entry spacing on Wortland, we require an entrance door every so many feet, and I think you guys have two, I guess one on each end. Carrie mentioned something about vertical design and finished floor elevation, and I'm assuming that's also along Wortland where the ground floor doesn't step with the topography, and it kind of results in that blank wall that I think you guys had referenced. And then, yeah, I guess I think those were the items that were flagged for the BAR. I don't know if you guys had others that, in case there's.
Yeah, I think you hit all the points that we have highlighted to staff that we will need to request either an administrative approval of or a variance of some type. I don't think at this point that we would need to do any special exception permits.
Okay.
And to be clear with everyone here, these are matters that are in the development code, and so we're talking about waivers that would be through the zoning administrator or special exception through council. So I don't know exactly how to work that into the loop of, we're looking at something, obviously the guidelines, and this is the Wortland Street elevation, talk about not having blank walls, but if there's an exception granted in the zoning, and it's sort of a little bit of a chicken and egg conundrum here. So I think it would be best to at least use the guidelines at this point, and that if then some variation occurs with the zoning administrator, then respond to that and not try to outguess what they might do.
No, and I think my point was just that these are some areas that don't match our zoning code, and I don't know if they're areas that we want to, for example, there's the big blank wall. Do we want to talk about that? And that's a result of some of these exceptions that they're, some of these waivers that they're requesting. And, I assume that we're okay with it. I'm okay with a deeper step back along 10th Street if it gets more landscaping in there. So I don't know if that's helps the administrative process at all, but that's kind of where I brought these up.
I think that one in particular is a really big improvement over what we saw earlier. I think it would, from an urban standpoint and architecturally, it will help this project fit better into its context. And my only comment relative to the trees is that now that you have a little bit of planting space and a little distance away from that wall, that you need not be necessarily restricted to columnar trees. In fact, I would encourage you to look at other forms, so they will use that open light space of the street, and columnar trees have less impactful in terms of providing shade. In fact, you can kind of see in the renderings that the ones that carry their foliage down to the ground actually create some sightline issues and some visibility issues. So I'd encourage a taller vase-shaped canopy.
Yeah, and we'll continue to study that in conjunction with the urban forester.
Most of the apartments we've seen have put HVAC units on the roof. Is that the expectation here?
Yes.
Yeah, and that new, I mean, where we used to look at the rooftops and say, is it screened? It actually is a requirement of the ordinance now, so we can, takes the burden off of us to remember to address it. One other thing that I wasn't sure how to respond to is the inner courtyard and the landscaping in there. It's, you know, you always say, oh, we look at all sides of a building, but it really is self-contained within that space, and I don't know how much attention to give it. And I guess I'm asking you for when it, you know, as we move forward with this, how much attention do you want to pay to it, if any?
We've reviewed it in the past, but like you say, it's with very lenient. I don't think there's any, yeah.
I think the
Not
one
really
thing I would
visible
say
from a
about it
public
is
way.
that, one thing I would say about it is I'd like to know that it's there from the outside. I don't know if that's feasible, you know? But my biggest comment about this is, and I think this came up last time, is that the donut feels very, you know, monolithic, very fortress-like. And the elevations feel, well, I think you're, you know, starting to break it up nicely and create scale that's appropriate for kind of its mixed location. It still feels, I think, just due to the size of it and the amount of kind of repetition, it starts to feel more relentless, and it feels calling some attention to particularly important corners or particularly important, locations. I mean, again, I don't know if it's possible to break up the donut in certain areas to get a sense of what's going on inside. I'd like to have a peer, you know, being able to peer in at least, and whether it's a security issue or not, just to have a sense of, you know, a break in the armor there, and understand sort of even, and you know, as I think about it, like if there's some natural daylight advantages that you can get by cracking the donut in a certain way to sort of create some depth into the courtyard and create some link there. I would find that to be, you know, an advantage for not only the residents, but the neighborhood and the more general context.
Are you thinking of something like perhaps the code building sort of portico from Water Street as a possibility, because you can see through to the courtyard there from Water Street? Is that?
I think that's a good example. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd reiterate that, especially on Wortland. You know, there was talk about the transition from kind of a more urban Wortland, 10th Street to Main Street, 10th Street to Wortland, but the building really doesn't make much of a change in the facade. It seems like there could be an opportunity there on the Wortland side to open that up a little bit and break the scale down even further. And I guess I have a question for Carl. When you talked about the blank wall, are you talking about the Wortland?
Yes. It formed where the grade is starting to rise, and it's kind of a half level right there.
And that is also a concern of mine, that, again, on that most residential of all the sides of this, it feels fortress-like even more so than on the 10th Street side, which you've, I think, done a really great job of animating that elevation and introducing the landscaping, introducing the pedestrian-friendly space.
Yeah, I would love to see what you did on 10th Street wrap around somehow and enliven some of that Portland side.
Those are actually comments we had last time too.
Yeah.
I think one thing I'd like to see are the other two sides of the building. Y'all have really just shown us two sides of the building. I want to see the impact of the west side of the building on the residential neighborhood that's immediately adjacent to it. And I'd really like to see a view of the south, I guess. Sorry, just getting my bearings. As seen from West Main Street, because there are, you know, we know it's not on West Main Street, but there are viewpoints where you're going to be able to kind of look through some of the buildings along West Main and over them. It's going to be popping up over top of these buildings. So I think it's important to understand the juxtaposition there and the impact this building is going to have on that view shed.
One of the things I noted, if this is helpful, is the relationship to Stacy Hall. And in a lot of these large projects, and particularly with entrance corridor projects, I've been looking at them at the block scale, that these are forming blocks. And so, it's just as James just said, that relationship on the west side to Stacy Hall, whether it's just as the meadow that ends at a parking lot, or is there some sort of, go to, if you would, Kate, I'm sorry, just the overview, looking down on it. Got, no, back where they had the landscape in the garden in the middle. Yes. And so it's where this yellow is, and then there's Stacy Hall, and it's just sort of a, I want to read like there's going to be a fence there, and so I think that's something I would note would be helpful to, if it's worthwhile.
Told retaining wall.
Yeah, so the southern parking lot of Stacy Hall is an entire story higher than the northern parking lot. So there is a substantial grade difference between the front and the back. So there will be a retaining wall between that loading dock area, although we're trying to bring it down a little bit. So it's not as high a wall as it currently is between this lot and the Stacy Hall lot.
And then just a local observation, just if I may, there's a lot of criticism of Charlottesville High School and its design of having those courts. I don't know the truth of it, but the long story, it was designed almost like a prison. You have those inner courtyards, and so I would hope that, or I don't know if you've sort of sensed in the community, are people reading that inner courtyard as something sort of like at Charlottesville High School, where, oh yeah, this, where we go and keep our eye on everybody type of thing. I don't know. I just offering some local lore that might be, sorry, I'll stop.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, my high school was like that as well.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
a common design.
Just that, there's
Smoking
things that come up,
courts.
yeah, post-construction. And that idea of sort of opening it up things a little bit, I don't know, those are my observations that I had when I went through this, so.
One of my concerns is the Wurtland facade is approaching the same length as the standard on West Main. And it is extremely repetitive, and you've got a variation in depth of about a foot. I'm guessing that from the renderings.
It's 326 feet.
But I mean, the back and forth is, you're projecting out
Yeah,
a
but
foot, 60
just for
inches,
everyone
but
else's
300
reference, it's
right.
326 feet is the proposed length along Wurtland.
Which is, that's pretty long.
It is
Isn't it? Oh, sorry.
approximately 5% longer than what we are permitted by the current zoning code, so we will be asking for an amendment to get to that length.
So I guess the standard is 380 feet, so it's smaller, but I'm just using this as a reference for what I'm used to walking by all the time. And I think we all can recognize that the standard is pretty unsuccessful as a streetscape experience. It's an urban setting there, more urban setting there than Wurtland is, so which makes me a little bit more concerned, especially since you also have 2/3 of it is kind of garage space, blank wall. So I guess I would, I don't know, I would encourage you to find some way to break that up somehow and more, other than just this kind of repetitive back and forth of material changes. And I don't know if that's, I mean, it could be as crazy as maybe you make it look like two buildings. I know that's, I hate saying that. I feel like I have architecture professors that would come after me for saying that, but it's, maybe that's what you, to the portion that's, 2/3 of it would be a different looking building, and maybe the top floor doesn't step back, so then it actually does kind of appear like it's stepping with the topography, if that makes any sense. Because that is, the intention of the zoning code was that when you have a sloping site, the buildings are supposed to step with the topography. And obviously, that's not very practical, and when you have a big building like this, you can't do that. But if there's a way to maybe make it look like it's actually trying to, or like it was not one building, but two buildings, I don't know if that would help that at all. Make it less monotonous, less of a big wall on Wortland Street. Because that's what my worry is. I mean, I do appreciate a lot of the moves that you're making, the stepping back on the top floor, the variation of materials. I hate fiber cement panels, but I guess that's what we're stuck with. So I guess I would just ask that I like that you're doing the recessed reveals, it sounded like, or I think that's what you said, or you're not doing the board and batten thing. My fear is, again, I'm traumatized from the standard. It's done so badly. The board and batten is all wonky and crooked. You've got flashing sticking out all over the place. So that is why I really hate this material, but if you do it cleanly, then maybe it'll look good. I'm getting to the point of rambling, but I think you got my point is that this is your Wortland Street elevation, although you've tried really hard to modulate it, it's unsuccessful in the fact that there's so many similar modulations that I think it's just gonna be too long of a wall. So I don't know what you guys can come up with to try and break that up somehow. And again, I wouldn't mind, the step back at the top floor is great, but if to change that massing somehow, if part of it doesn't step back, I think I would be willing to accept that extra height right there in exchange for getting rid of this monotony on that side, if that makes any sense. Or repetitiveness. I guess it's not monotonous, but it's, A, B, A, B, A, B, over and over again.
One thing that you could think about, to Carl's point, is make a little more of the pedestrian entrance. It feels like it's almost an afterthought, and that it's an opportunity that would animate that elevation and break it up a little bit.
The Verve was a massive project, yet at the street level, they did a lot of things to, this was an entrance corridor project, but there was a lot going on to break up that street level. And I realize you just can't put, I really don't like the idea of retail everywhere, because you can't just, have so many little shops, but that project was a massive project, or is, and I think that they address some of those, so. And Carl, so I'm understanding when we go back over this again, that step back of that top floor, pull it out to the edge and have the additional height in order to allow some braking.
Yeah, or for like maybe a third of it or 2/3 of it, so that portion reads more like a new building. And I know that's really kind of postmodern, but or I don't know what the right term is, but fake, but it's just anything to kind of make it read like it's not one big development.
I mean, or is there an opportunity to take Mr. Timmerman's suggestion and cut a hole through the wall back to the courtyard to let light into the courtyard and be able to see through to the courtyard? I know that obviously removes some units, but
ultimately, if we were to do something like that, the most successful place would be on the south, which does not face a street.
Yeah, it does not.
Oh, yeah, because that goes into a garage.
Right.
Right.
What are the heights of the floors?
So we currently, I believe we are required to have, I can't remember, it's 14 feet or 16 feet on the garage floor level. I apologize, I don't have that on the tip of my tongue, but, and then it's 9-foot ceilings on the other floors above that.
And the requirements are Virginia housing?
No, those are zoning code, yeah.
So Carl, is there a common area green space requirement on a development like this under the new zoning ordinance?
I think there is. I'm assuming you guys are meeting it.
And I guess, yeah, and your courtyard makes.
Yeah, so Carrie Rainey has clarified for us that the courtyard can count as that. But we also have the outdoor area, the outdoor childcare play area that can also count toward it. But technically, neither of those are truly public.
And that's the challenge
Yeah.
with affordable, with an apartment.
And I wasn't saying that, you know, we would be able to enjoy that space, but for 180 families, you know, if you had one kid a family, that's 180 kids that really don't have a park very close by. The closest one is not much of it's a little pocket park at Venable, we determined, and Washington Park is pretty darn far away for a kid to walk. That definitely gets into driving distance or older kid biking distance, but it's a ways. So this just doesn't seem like a whole lot of play space for 180 kids, even with, you know, I know some would be in the daycare, maybe younger kids, but.
I've got it on the PDF.
I'm glad it meets our code. I just would like to see more of it.
Sorry, I just shared with Mr. Schwartz, in this second page of staff report, just a list of things that we had offered, and if you had any recommendations or suggestions to the additional information or how you'd like to see it, if that would be helpful.
Do you guys need that read off, or the, what Jeff has listed for what we need for a complete submittal? It's page 115 of our packet. So we got elevations with dimensions, typical wall sections, brick selection and coursing, joint detail, cut sheets of doors and windows, location and screening of street level utilities, such as meters and transformers, rooftop screening, existing site plan, detailed landscaping plan for street trees, spacing, et cetera. The street trees with an analysis of shade, compatibility with underground and overhead utilities, species selection and canopy requirements, and then relationship to Stacy Hall, spacing, bike ped routes, access between West Main and Wortland Street. Reading that, I'm going to reiterate what Breck said with the, if you can get us some canopy trees, I think that would be, or small canopy trees, but something that spreads a little bit. I'm thinking of, as a point of reference, Market Street. There's a very narrow sidewalk and trees that are right up against the buildings, but I can't imagine that experience without those trees. It would be pretty awful. I know there's Zelkova, and we don't seem to not want to use Zelkova anymore, but anything to get some sort of canopy right there as opposed to just the columnar plantings.
Any other questions for us?
Do you guys have questions for us?
I can't think of anything, but I appreciate all of your comments. Thank you.
Yeah, we took your comments last time, and we're struggling with trying to manage the constraints and really try to design a building that we can all be proud of and that you guys would approve. And it is a struggle. So I nod my head at many of the things you say, because we take them and we're trying to manage a multifamily apartment building, double loaded corridor, parking, topography, the utilities underground, the new zoning requirements, and trying to have a good, long-lasting, deciduous tree.
And UVA as a neighbor and a landowner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your tax credit requirements.
Oh, yeah, that's not minor.
Well, thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, our next is 200 West Main Street. We saw this last month, and
All right, and Mr. Levine is here. This is a a continuation of the discussion from the November meeting. There was some, at the meeting in November, there was some information that came in a little late relative to looking at some of the shading, some renderings of the building. So we thought now that we had, the opportunity to look at those, and Mr. Levine was also evaluating some additional shade information that we've circulated and that he wanted to discuss with you. But again, this is not at this point in time, this is not anything that you will take formal action on. I think it would be very helpful to discuss with the applicant what it is that I think, and I described it to Jeff out in the hall and to you all earlier, is that the result of this building, we all understand the importance of the mall and other things around it. What is the impact, and you all don't have to answer it this way, but my suggestion is to address what are the important factors that you want to preserve, protect, not impact, such that a building could then be shaped around that or to meet those, and then certainly the design of the building itself. But I think there's sort of the tension here is what's going on at the mall and what's an appropriate sized and scaled building from that perspective. Just to be clear again, at this point, we don't have a formal application. I've talked to Jeff about that and what some things he needs to be doing internally. They will need a demolition COA for the existing building. I believe that may be coming soon, and we're moving forward. But there's the situation we have is this is the first really big test of how a three-dimensional ordinance works, and trying to line up which direction comes first and what direction is subordinate to others. And so it's a bit of a Gordian knot, but I think we can still look at this in large scale and keep moving this towards some direction that is helpful to the applicant. That said, I know it's a bit conceptual right now, and there was an awful lot said at the last meeting. Mr. Zemer asked us to share with you all what the sort of the highlights of that conversation, and really don't want to be revisiting things or contradicting. So hopefully you have some fresh views on this and fresh information that we can keep the project moving forward, and I appreciate y'all's patience on this one. But do you have any questions for me? All right, Mr. Levine, it's yours.
Hi, everyone. I want to spend one quick minute on some key points that I think are just important. I'm not sure they're actually germane to the COA process, but I think they're good contextually part of this. I said last time, I get it. This is a seminal project for our city, for downtown. Complete deference has to be given to the historical nature of the mall, and watching some of the presentations tonight with all that detail, we're not close to there yet. We will spend a year going through a ton of those things and collaborating on that as to how this fits right on the mall. What I mentioned last time, what we're discussing is how to unlock that development and what this envelope is, what this box can be, and then send me off with my architects to do that. Second, I don't know where any notion arose that I'm not complying with the affordable housing requirement. I'm presenting to you an 184-foot building, which by its nature in the code has to have affordable housing 10%. So that's something to clarify. Also, to be clear, I was approached by the theater owner. I didn't go knocking on their door asking if they could close and leave and I could develop this site. I was carefully selected from a short list of local developers. And so similarly, just like I've done with Artful Lodge or the retailers, I have no intention of kicking out any tenant or moving any tenant along. but the plan is to develop this property under the new zoning. And lastly, which I think is, it's from my research and talking to city staff, the economic development resulting from this project would be enormous for this city. I mean, talking millions of dollars in annual revenue, 10 to 20% increase of pedestrian traffic on the mall. And what I found interesting is, which I take directly from the Charlottesville 24-28 Economic Development Strategic Plan, this project will create a vision that people can invest in, and that's the plan of Charlottesville going forward. So now I know none of what I said should really be taken into consideration for the envelope of this building, but I do think it's important context as we move forward. So now we'll turn it over to my architect who's on Zoom, who can go through a lot of the details that we've progressed based on our feedback we got from you last time. And again, my goal, and Jeff said, is to bring you for a COA the permission to demolish this building and to have clarity that this envelope is consistent with that section that talks about BAR having the right to control context and step back. So, Joel, you there? You want to?
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Whew, I thought I was going to have to take that over.
Thank you all for taking the time this evening with us again to reopen this discussion. Next slide, please. So introduction, Jeff largely covered this, so we can, yes. So again, realigning to our request here, which will happen further down the line. Next slide, please. I think everyone's familiar where the site is at this point. Just reiterating, we're at 0.43 acres, 100 lineal feet of frontage along the mall. We're in the DX zone, 184 feet height. No step backs is in the zoning requirements. So next slide, please. Again, just realigning our attention to some context street views here of the existing conditions on the surrounding heights of buildings adjacent. Next slide, please. Some things we've considered to kind of realign everyone on the same page here, that we're kind of working towards a solution that everyone agrees is a net positive here. So I think number one, BAR is curator of the mall. So we take all considerations seriously and understand the big responsibility on the mall. And with the need to uphold what has already been codified to date. The long-term health of the mall trees, which has come up in our previous discussion, is something we've continued to consider and take sort of a deeper dive into the understanding of what is required and how our new architecture proposal potentially impacts that. And then thirdly, the mall experience as a priority also came up in our last discussion. So sun access and sunset views was talked about in addition to the continuation of retail. Next slide, please. So just showing here what we presented previously for everyone's kind of memory here. What we proposed was a building that had several different step backs above the podium level, the fourth story, to help try to bring this building back off of the streets. And in this proposal, we were sort of treating a lot of the streets much the same way, with a little bit more preference to the mall side. And we'll show kind of how we responded to comments in the subsequent slide. Next slide, please. And this is just a kind of more robust solar study that we did to kind of capture sun hours. So each of these 4 studies is showing that analysis on each of the equinoxes and solstices. So on the upper left, we have the spring or vernal equinox on March 21st, showing in the bright yellow color, that is area that has 9+ sun hours per day. And obviously, these are all snapshots of 4 moments throughout the year, but I think in aggregate total, these can kind of give you a good sense of how the entire span of the year will pan out. On the upper right, we have the summer solstice, showing much of the mall's trees having full access to sun with our current massing proposed. And I'll also direct your attention to the dashed circles in each of these that are kind of calling out our determined, I guess, highest impact area for trees, the trees directly north of our site. Next slide, please. So some kind of takeaways and feedback from last time. Height was not considered to be the main concern, but rather the perceived presence on the mall, so largely experiential. Making efforts to preserve the mall experience as a priority, of course. Prioritizing stepping back on the mall side and pushing more height towards Water Street was advised. In addition, step back above the podium, keeping that consistently 25 feet all the way across as a minimum. And then also trying an additional step back further up the building. Next slide, please. So this is we're calling it Massing B. This is our updated proposed based on all that feedback. You'll notice that on the image on the right-hand side of the screen, we have shown a consistent 25-foot step back above that podium level to help access to light and air on the mall street experience. We've also introduced a additional step back at the top 2 stories of 15 feet currently, and that 15-foot dimension is really kind of maxing out a viable roof terrace for a unit. Any deeper becomes a lot of open space up there for the individual units. But in addition, we do have a elevator and stair core to contend with in plan, so there are some kind of limits there. The reason we're showing the step back so high up, because if that step back comes any further down, it's not helping with any additional shading, because kind of the top edge of the building is sort of the apex of that moment there. In addition, on the image on the left, we have calmed down some of the step backs in the more along Water Street and 2nd Street and concentrated all of that step back energy on the mall. Next slide, please. And this is just an updated solar study. So largely, there's not a lot of difference between what we previously proposed and what we are currently proposing here. These images look very close to the previous study done with some small changes to the vernal and fall equinox conditions on the left-hand part of the screen. So there's a little bit more light coming down on those trees just to the north of our site. In conclusion, from these studies, we found that we are providing, at least 6 to 8 hours of sunlight throughout the day to these trees, kind of addressing a little bit of those concerns about shadows in relationship to the trees themselves. Next slide, please. So this image was sourced from the tree management plan that we reviewed. And we had a chance to talk with Paul Josie as well on some of these issues, but largely we're kind of going along with some of the recommendations that came out of this. Although we are pursuing the allowable bonus height with affordable housing, we still are providing an additional step back off the mall to help with access to light and air. Next slide, please. Another reference from the tree management plan, a lot of these trees just to the east of our site are, there are some proposed removals here due to health of the trees that are currently existing. Just keeping in mind that a lot of these trees will be removed and replaced in the future. Next slide, please. We did a little bit of a deeper dive into Willow Oaks themselves, just trying to understand the requirements for thriving in urban environments. They are native to southern and eastern United States and have been known to thrive in urban environments as they largely have in Charlottesville. They do need full sun, as mentioned earlier. And the primary kind of access to sunlight, and this was kind of in our discussion with Paul Josie, but also just in some preliminary research, morning hours until 1 p.m. on the mall contextually are critical to maintaining the access to light for photosynthesis. And that's just by nature, the orientation of the mall, the buildings along the mall, the eastern light up until about 1 o'clock are kind of the most critical. Primary issue with their health on the mall is soil compaction, although there are many other issues as outlined in the tree management plan. Some of the less healthy trees can be replaced with more shade tolerant or robust species, just as a possibility. But our conclusion, again, our massing currently as it is proposed is providing necessary sun for the trees to thrive. Next slide, please. So shifting over to mall experience, this image was shared last time on our meeting on the 19th. Looking west down the mall here towards our project site, and this is a few blocks away. So taking this into consideration, maintaining these kinds of moments on the mall, and we really wanted to understand and study how our proposed massing would or would not impact this type of condition. Next slide, please. So we did a couple of draft renderings, just showing just basic massing and where the sunlight can kind of trickle through on the mall. This is at the solstice at 6 p.m. And this view is taken from approximately 2nd Street Southeast and Main Street. So this is just a couple of blocks away towards the east. Direct your attention to the sun path line that's been drawn in a dashed straight line across the screen here. And that circle is indicating where the sun currently is. So just before the sun, in its sunsetting path towards the northwest, as it reaches the top of our building at about 6 p.m. And then the next slide, please. And when the sun finally reappears 45 minutes later, again, is providing direct sunlight to the mall at 6:45 p.m. Okay, so that's the previous massing. Next slide, please. So this is the current proposed. You'll notice right away there's a significant impact on pushing the entire building facade back 25 feet and then an additional 15 feet at the top 2 floors. This is again at 6 p.m. Height has not changed for the building. And then the next slide, please. And then 30 minutes later, the sun reappears on the north side of the building, providing direct access to, or direct sunlight to the mall, I should say. Okay, next slide, please. So that's what we had to share today. We did actually, Jeff and I were wondering if it's possible. We do have a couple of shadow study animations that might help if the conversation takes us there. If it's possible to screen share, is that a possibility?
I think it depends if you want to see. We're just saying that you can, those shadow studies, which are moments in time, we can animate, just show the pattern of it if we want to discuss kind of how those shadows work, if that's something. But we really wanted to just take all the comments and analyze those two main things and really show that height is not the contributor. It's those step backs, and we can do 2 step backs. And now I'm open for questions, I guess.
Gotcha. All righty, thank y'all. Yes, let's start with any questions that y'all have. If there's no questions, we can jump to comments.
Well,
Starting with questions.
Because this is a preliminary conference, we can shape this how is most helpful for you. What would you most like us to tackle tonight?
Whether that box is appropriate for the zoning that is put in front of us, and that's really what it comes to. I mean, even, I will point, even the rendering we show and the articulation, I'm not looking for anything in stone. I mean, we're gonna talk about all of that and windows and all, it's just really, if I put in front of you, the building's 184 feet, it has a 25-foot step back on this level, a 15-foot step back on this level, and the step backs around it are between 5 and 10, does that satisfy that clause that says you can, and that's my start.
I think, at least for me, similar to like the last applicant, I'd like to see some views that show sort of, I'll call it worst case scenario, but for example, your kind of street views context slide, page 5, I think, is basically kind of just a photo, there you go, photograph of the Violet Crown. You know, that sort of view, right, standing on the mall in front of your building, show me what that looks like when you're standing there, right? And I mean, obviously just a massing model, but the massing models y'all have shown us are kind of more like bird's eye view from far away or further up the mall, kind of at a glance with your sun study. So personally, I think that'd be helpful to see, you know, when you're right underneath it.
So you want to
how
crane
large
your
it
neck
is.
up.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Right, so you want to feel what that experience is if you're standing at that building.
Across the street looking
Right.
up.
Yeah.
It's interesting, because I thought you were going to say something else, which I'm thinking about as well from urban planning, is to stand on maybe Ridge and some other places to see how that height might be as well, because I think also contextually as a city, you know, we put the zoning in place, but I don't know if anybody looked around as to what that does, and I don't know, you know, does the extra 50 feet make a difference? I mean, I have looked at it, but I haven't shown it to you as to kind of what that is, and so maybe that helps, because.
I think something we talked about a little bit in our pre-meeting also is, you know, sure, it's fine to look at it from sort of these other locations in town to see where you might see it, but the pedestrian experience of the downtown mall is sacred.
Yeah.
And keeping the buildings immediately on the mall at the human scale is important. I think, as we discussed last month, you know, ramping up your size and your scale and your height as you go back up towards Water Street, we are okay with. You know, I think there's been some talk about the BARs against height and against a lot of these large buildings downtown. That's not the case. You know, there's lots of empty lots downtown where you could build large buildings. I think that what we're trying to do is protect the integrity of the downtown mall as a National Historic Register landscape. You know, I'll let Breck speak more to the trees as our landscape architect, but I do recognize the trees themselves are character-defining features of the downtown mall, so they are important. But the pedestrian experience too, and that human scale is just as important. So those are my couple things.
You've mentioned that your architect mentioned that he got in touch with Josie.
Yeah.
Do you have any documentation on how the shading will affect the health of the trees and of any new trees that might be planted there?
What we learned is that the morning sun is critical, and the height doesn't have any material effect on that morning sun. So the photosynthesis period will occur. But I think we looked, you know, whether it's a 5-story building or a 20-story building, because of the way the sun comes in. So Josie didn't have any real comment. One of the things we talked about with him is collaborating on not focusing on saving trees that are planned within the next 5 or 10 years to be removed, but talk about what trees should go in there to have the most success with the development of the downtown mall. And if you think about this development, wouldn't you wouldn't see a building for 5+ years, so some of those trees won't be. So I think the collaboration with Josie and everyone in the city is to have the replacement so those trees are the most successful. But Joel, I'm right, the morning sun is preserved in any event?
Yes, well, so Paul's comment was, he said, kind of morning sun through about 1 p.m. is kind of the most critical. So we wanted to make sure that we were at least not blocking any sun during that critical period, which we are not currently.
Yep. So I think actually they've given us the yellow diagrams are really helpful in starting to try to untangle that. So thank you for giving us those. One kind of just in the future, I think to help us read them better, what I take to be the different percentages is the area within the circle. Is that correct?
Are you talking about the statistics?
Yeah, the statistics of the areas for the light. Is that within the circle, or is that the entire page, or?
It's the entire area on the page, yeah. So that boundary is outside of that circle. We could do a more pointed one specifically enlarged at this specific grouping of trees.
That might be helpful because it's difficult to discern the difference between the different shades of what's really. I think the data is there. It's just trying to make it as usable for not just us but for the public. I think this will be helpful for you, the communication with the public as well.
Sure, that's fair.
The other thing I'd note, just generally, and I thank you for providing additional information related to the shading, I think the challenges for us is that we're thinking about the mall, which is much longer than the site that's most directly adjacent to your building. And we're also in our teasing out or thinking about, the implications of this kind of building in other locations on the mall, because this is the first time to try test out this kind of, and the real impact, the impact of your building on the trees directly to the north is actually relatively minimal, because the sun, it's getting the shade from noon, which is actually the least amount. So the impacts of a very tall building are going to be mostly to the east and mostly to the west. So, and I think these yellow diagrams do help show that a little bit more, because they're broader than just the site immediately adjacent. But I just make it that note is that the impacts are not necessarily just directly adjacent. And I will also note, thank you for doing the kind of test case scenario on the massing and kind of the impacts on the sunset. I will say, even though I think that the setback is a very good direction to go in, and I'm not worried about the building height having an impact. I do think that this selection of renderings actually makes me a little bit more concerned, because it's selective to be June 21st, which is actually the least amount of impact that you would have for the entire year. So that means that every other day of the year is worse. That's coming from someone just used to looking at solar studies, and so I think you need to make sure that it doesn't come across that you're just only selecting like the one time of year when it's most advantageous to your argument. I do think that this setback is actually, if you look at some of those more equinox solutions, I think it actually will show that it makes a significant impact on the experience in other parts of the mall, not just directly to the north.
I appreciate that comment. Yes, so what we were responding to with these images specifically was the image that was shared last time. If you can go back a slide.
Yeah.
Or a couple of slides to the photograph. Yeah, so this photograph appears to have been taken during the summertime because the sun won't actually be in this position in the other times of the year. So we were responding specifically to this instance's image.
And
we didn't rig it.
How that could come
We were
across
trying.
differently, but yeah.
That's fair. I would just note, and just to clarify, this was like just very quickly trying to Google the closest image to this experience that I think everybody has had of the light coming down the mall in the evening time. And it just happened to be the image that was found. I think I would encourage you guys to find better ones and us to find better ones. But I think my main goal is that we're just go into this project eyes wide open about the visual impact that this is going to have on a place that everybody loves. And so I think the more transparent we can do that, the more clearly we can do that, the better you guys will feel about the project and the better that it will be received by the community. So I just encourage you to be as upfront about that as possible, and speak with people that are walking up and down the mall all the time and know those kind of like special moments that are there.
Can I ask just to that point, a process question? For the animation, does it help if we just send you the animation to look at your leisure? And, we can run it the entire year, both of those, the shadow and the sunset, or specific times, or I could come back with it. It's just, because what you're talking about is studying and we could do that literally every day of the year. So I just want to, what would be helpful? We have some of it teed up now, but I don't want to, you tell me. Again, it's collaborative, and I'm just trying to get you the information.
Yeah. I mean,
well, if it's teed up, why not, right?
I think it'd be helpful if it's available to look at it. I think, and like I said, I'm going off the board, so I'll leave it to these guys to say what they would like to see. But I think you have the right instinct to show the equinox condition and the solstice conditions. It's difficult to share the video with the public in the kind of like in other, we have a little bit more time than the way that you're able to communicate the project to the public in other media. So it's a trick, but.
Joel, do you have the sunset keyed up, or do you only have the shadow, the yellow keyed up?
No, I have the shadow animations if we want to just run through those quickly.
We're seeing if technically we can do that, like technically meaning.
Oh, we're allowed to.
Well, no, like
at all
through the computer. Or you mean rules wise?
Is it?
If he's great,
Oh.
it worked. Yeah.
Does it work?
I mean, it's an open public meeting, and our screen behind us, I suppose, is visible on Channel 10.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, does that look all right?
It may not be the best visual, but people were welcome to come downtown, so I think I'll allow it.
Okay, appreciate that. So this is just, another reason this is a pretty large file size to send around. So appreciate you letting us share this. This is just an appendix of our shadow studies, and it should be playing right now.
It is.
So this is taken, again, starting at the equinox here, understanding this is taken in half-hour increments throughout the whole day. So I can play that again if it's helpful.
I also want to point, we're not really making any assertion that massing A should work, so I don't know if it even matters to look at the left, but for our point of, we were looking at to see how it made a difference. It doesn't make, but you could just focus on B, because that's what we would propose to do with those two step backs.
So this is the solstice. So you can see that on the right, as it's not even really grazing the canopies of those trees, because the sun is just, the azimuth of the sun is so high during this time of year. Let's see if I can replay that. Yeah, I'll play the solstice again here. So a little bit of difference here between the two schemes. Definitely allowing some more light and air on the mall.
Can you show?
And then once we cycle back to the equinox, more or less the vernal and fall equinoxes, the sun is in more or
Those
less
are
the
essentially the same.
situation. So, and then obviously the winter, completely different scenario. The sun sets in the, more of the southeast rather than, or sorry, the southwest rather than the northwest. So this will be the fall equinox here. And then finally the winter solstice. This is the last one. So long shadows in the winter, as we're all aware of. So the most helpful ones we think are the two equinox studies and the solstice. More around the growing season of the trees. So, does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, the more of the year is closer to the equinox than the solstices.
Mm-hmm. So hope that's helpful.
One thing we also found
we could send it to them.
when we look down the mall is the trees affect your view a significant amount other than massing, depending, that shot was right down that moment of time. If you move just a little to the right, Joel and I were playing with it, like you're seeing a tree versus that. So I think to your point, we can move those views around and, for the public and us to look at that, the building's less of an effect of kind of where you stand around the mall, and we can that. And I also was thinking about, and you mentioned it tonight, is a study of, and I said this to James Friese, there aren't really that many sites on the mall to do any real size development like this. Off the mall, there might be the Wells parking lot, but if you look at the assemblage that it would require and the permission to get a COA to demo 4 or 5 buildings, these are isolated, opportunities, which is what I call it. I think this is a real unique opportunity to get residential in the mall, which has such flow over effects. So,
yeah, I think that's an important point.
I don't know to what, I mean, that's a question we've been asking ourselves, and to the extent that you've looked at it, you've probably thought about it, the financial viability of any of those projects. That would be useful information for us to know. Are there 3 sites, 8, 12, half, and the other challenge for us is that, and you guys are learning it too, the impact of those sites on the south is very different than the ones on the north. And even though the zoning isn't written that way, and so, but it has a really big impact on the perception of and the experience of the mall.
Moving forward, how do we, and I'm trying to think of, Jeff and I have talked in the hall, we've talked at other times, moving forward, what's the best way to articulate what we would like to see, or is it we won't know until we see it? And I'm trying to think of, again, working backwards there's a result on the mall and adjacent properties we'd like to see and design accordingly, or is it keep working with various permutations of this massing and scale and then see what we think it.
I think that what was being said earlier about trying to demonstrate in some way, and I don't know how to do that, what the pedestrian experience of your building would be, so in the context so that we could see what it would be like to be walking by it and that kind of thing would be very helpful in that regard.
Sure.
I for one, would be enthusiastic about having as many people as possible move to the mall, so I think the project is a great idea. It again depends on the details, but
Yeah.
I applaud the
Plenty of time
effort.
for detail,
Yeah.
details. I don't know that, yeah.
Right.
I think, Jeff, to your point, like, looking again at the shot I'm trying to envision would be maybe even just to the east of, I guess, Second Street, so that you're kind of looking across that. You don't have a tree blocking your view, right? And that would help. And even maybe one coming, obviously on Water Street and looking down there. But again, I think our primary focus here is the mall.
Coming up Old Preston, maybe looking at it in that direction as
Sure,
well. Yeah.
sure.
I mean, I think from the most open and most transparent would be to find a way to share the model that the board could look at. I mean, most of us are familiar, and you guys have built the model. It's there. It's the trick is you're selecting just a handful of views, and if there were a way to do that, that would be, or whether it's in a work session or some other. I don't know if this is the right format for trying to share something like that, but
Yeah, I mean, we're sowing new fields here, or we're plowing.
well, we require a model actually.
Yeah,
right.
and,
But
right, yeah. And so I think something that when I look at this, and Jeff, we've been tinkering with it ourselves, kind of like, what's the thing that we want to see? And what keeps jumping out at me is the unfinished hotel and its shadow. We know how that's sort of framed and set back. I mean, I know it's a shorter building, but as we were looping through, I was watching that shadow, and I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm trying to get at is if there's a result that you all would like to see, then they can work from that. But I'm honestly, I mean, if I were in Jeff's position, I wouldn't know what to bring back to you all. I wouldn't know what to do other than say, we mushed the Play-Doh around and did a model again.
I mean,
I have a pretty good
I
idea.
think we've said a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess-
I guess for clarity, I mean, we're very focused on the shadows, the views, listen to what Member Schwartz said about more so I guess it would be, is there anything else out there that's jumping out? I know we talked about retail, the code in of itself with active depths talks about having commercial and retail there, and but again, we're looking at this box. If I get the shadows, I get the views, and I mean, we could share. You tell me. That's what I asked about the process. I mean, I can send the model to the whole. I can send it to Jeff to share. A work session might be better, so we can sit over a table and move it any way you want to move it.
Another way.
Joel's going to be in person the next meeting, and I have a pre-app meeting either the 15th or the 22nd to be going through a bunch of stuff. So my goal would be back in January with a little more discussion, and then getting this locked in of what this box is and going from there.
It might help if you did I mean, I know what's the right year, the right time, but take a series and just do little 10-second video clips. I mean, you sort of can extrapolate, but I mean, I very honestly, I've been listening to the same conversation, and I haven't heard anyone say what the result on the mall, one or other of these shadow studies produced a result that.
Something that would be helpful for me is, I mean, I really appreciated the juxtaposed Massey A and Massey B. But now that you've kind of gotten more toward, I think, to a massing that responded to the first comments, I'd almost like to just see that versus what's just the base, what's there now, I mean, I don't know if that would be helpful, but I'm curious about it, just to see, what our experience is and from that perspective and how it's going to change.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's a two-story building, so it'll be, yeah, we talked about that. We can look at that just for edification. It's going to, and one of the things I brought you last time was to look at the difference of a 5 or 6 story building versus this, and how there's not, because if we're set on the same exact experience of a 2 or 3 story building, then we're basically saying, no, let's not develop on the mall. If we're saying, well, does a 5 or 6 story building feel better? It really doesn't do a lot of a more detrimental effect to the shadows and everything by going up higher with the step back. So,
That's why maybe concentrating on the shadows and the sun solely isn't really all that helpful, or not as helpful as the views that James is talking about from the street view.
Yeah.
Because, I applaud the further step back. I think what you've done here is making it a better mass. But I'd really like to see the experience of what it feels like to be, how much sky do you lose when you look up?
Well, most people experience the first 20 feet of a building anyway. They don't see, and I'm guessing without doing the analysis that standing in front of the old Wells Fargo building is probably going to be a worse experience than standing in front of this building, because that's a flat. Same with Dewberry, where I don't know whether it's 40 feet or 50 feet. I don't think we got that detailed, but you'll start moving back after that. So I get it. I mean, I don't. The only thing I'm leaving with, I don't know, is that if you want the animation, if we want to do it in a separate, if we want to, and I don't mind. We could stay here. The only when I was watching it in this form, it's hard to kind of move back a second or forward a second and look at like, oh, what are we looking at versus, if someone wanted to stop and say, well, no, give me that, because he's just running it.
Well, is it possible just to send us? I mean, I don't really want the model because I don't know what software you're using.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to send the model. But
so I think Jeff had said if you just send us little clips, and then we ourselves can, if they're little videos or whatever, we can pause them, play them. I mean, I do think it'd be useful to get. You gave us the 2 solstices, which are the same.
Yeah.
It would be better than something in between that and not the equinoxes are the same, so it'd be better than. Give us March, give us April, and then June, and that would probably give us a better. We don't need September, if that makes any sense.
I got you. Joel, you're with them?
Yeah, so we could just focus that analysis purely on the growing season of the trees and the livelier times of the year in the
So
mall.
I'm hearing the massing B, which you're calling proposed. I'm hearing from most of the members that that's preferred.
I'm going to say that's not going far enough.
I mean,
I think we're going to see that with the studies that you
it's a
provide
preferred
us.
step in the right direction.
Yes.
I think that.
What do you think it should go? Either more
Well, you're
step
showing
backs or
so
deeper?
it's a little the way that you've articulated your model. I think you're trying to show double stories, and you've got a 6-story building on the mall in this rendering, and it kind of reads like a 3-story building from when we kind of squint our eyes and look at it. So I think that probably requires some more. I think that's too tall right there, a 6-story flat straight up on the south side of the mall. I think what I suggested to you last time was go up 3 stories and then step back. So this is twice that.
The amount of square footage lost is, we just heard from everyone who said why they're staying at stick construction. One of the biggest challenges here will be to go to 1A, 1B, vertical construction, steel, concrete. Every square footage is going to be enormous. And so if you start your step back, as you know, early and back, you've just lost a ton. I was choking at pulling it back at the 15 feet, but I knew it was important to you, and I knew that we could get a terrace out of it. And I also wouldn't focus on stories as much as height, because if, does 50 feet feel right? Does 40 feet? What's?
I guess I'm thinking of the general stories that are currently existing on the mall.
Right.
So I'm not thinking of stories that have mezzanines in the middle of them.
Yeah.
So again, if you can prove to us that 6 stories feels good, and that's what the perspectives are probably going to help with. But I just want to warn you that I feel like the option B, at least as far as I'm concerned, I don't think it's going to go far enough. So I think we're going to be, if you come back with that same thing and show us a bunch of shadow studies, I have a feeling that, at least for me, I'm going to probably push back a little more, that, no, that's, you're not going far enough on it.
I guess, yeah, my
Can
feeling.
I take the temperature of other people? I
Well,
mean,
my
that's,
feeling
you
is
know.
similar in that, but like, I can't speak to that until I see that view from the feet on the ground on the mall. And so it's sort of do the same thing you've done with the solar shadow studies, do the same thing with a pedestrian experience study, if you will. Right? And I think, I mean, again, sort of the only view we have is in this massing B proposed. It's just this one
drone.
angle of, from bird's eye kind of view of the side that faces the mall. You know, it's sort of, you know, y'all get to select what you're showing us. Show us what you really don't want to show us, because that's the view we need to see. Right?
I think we did that, but no, there's a reason, because there's the way the sun goes. I mean, I could show you.
But I'm not talking about the sun.
No, not the sun.
I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about the pedestrian experience
Right.
of just physically
the
relating to the building.
I got it.
I think part of that is there's a lot of articulation that needs to go into that ground level to really sell that experience. We just haven't gotten to it yet.
Yeah.
That's right, and we understand that, and I think it's sort of, you're still gonna be a massing model that then we can get to a point where we say, okay, this mass feels right, now how do we break it down or make it relatable?
Yeah, I think perspectives, even in the massing model that you're showing would be helpful.
And as far as temperature goes, I initially had no problem with 6 stories, you know, from the ground up, but, you know, it'd be, again, helpful to see from the pedestrian point of view, how that would fit with all the other parts of that, those blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I do either. I think for me, it's more of the bigger concern is just how it's designed and how it's detailed. You know, that's, if you build a beautiful building there, then, you know, I might be more willing to accept lesser setbacks.
Yeah, Joel, I got it. It's very, we could look at, okay, you're standing there and the building's 3 stories, 4 stories, 5 stories, 6 stories. How does that change? That's what you know, how does that change your experience? And I would say you could walk up and down the mall and you have that experience 6 different, you know, whether you're standing in front of Wells, Code, Whiskey Jar, the Dewberry, you're having that's a city, you know, so if we want Stonefield Disneyland where everything's the same height, I mean, we're, you know, 5, 6 stories in the air is not out of context for everything that's on that mall experience. But we'll take a look at it, and I think the height is, and again, like Joel said, I mean, we won't have time, we won't go into design, so you're just gonna be standing in front of a wall, but you get it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, part of the, you know, COA process is to show, you know, examples of buildings that are adjacent to the property.
Yeah.
So you can even do that and show us, well, here's what it's like standing a block over.
Yep.
You know, I mean, most of us know, but, and Roger,
Quick
forgive me if I-
question about the demolition.
Sorry.
Is the only building being demolished is the Violet Crown?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I do think a section through the mall, from Water Street to Market Street would be useful. And I also know that we've done this in the past for mall buildings. There are drawings out there, but an elevation of the mall with the building in place would be useful.
Yep.
In addition to the perspectives.
Yeah.
We've talked mostly all about massing today, and I just feel obliged to bring up a concern that I had last time, which has to do with parking and where the parking's going, because I think there's an expression of parking on facades that very much affects what the facade looks like. So that's a big concern of mine that I didn't see in your sort of the big generalities in your presentation.
Yeah, I mean, we can guesstimate to that, but really, until I know the envelope, I couldn't tell you what goes in where, you know, I mean, where we're stepping back, where, I mean, what our initial analysis says, we're gonna go one grade below and one grade above on the second floor. The first floor will remain commercial lobby retail, so that's sort of what it feels, but, you know, there's ratios that goes back and forth. And again, that's why I'm here, because if you cut the building down to, you know, like 60 feet of step backs and everything, and the unit count's done, then it changes, well, I'm not sure I do the project, but also it changes the parking and a lot of stuff. But I hear you, I think that's,
I mean, the previous project was a case in point. Wortland Street was that sort of fortress of a wall, that blank wall that you were walking along was a direct, you know, effect that was directly, you know, produced by parking. And specifically what I'm thinking about is like the 323 building, when you're coming down, you know, the side of it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's this massive, you know, and they did a pretty good job of kind of detailing it, you know, but it's still parking, and it's not appropriate, I think, for the mall.
yeah. Joel, we actually had those elevations when we were, yeah, I can give you an example. For me, that's kind of like step 3.5, like when I know this, and then I can bring back to you what the building looks like and goes in. Again, I'm trying to get what this is framed as. You know, Wortland's like 27 steps ahead because they went a certain height as of right. They didn't need to talk about anything else. They just stayed, and then they just now can bring you iterations. I'd love to get there. But
No, I just, it's hard to say that because I'm not really responding to anything in particular, but I just will say it's a concern, and it should be a concern for the board.
I get it. I mean, a concern for me, the connection on Second Street, I think it's critical. I think the goal of the city is to bring people, you know, all the way from Garrett into the mall. So, yeah, we're gonna spend a ton of time, you know, could I do that now and tell you what that sidewalk's gonna be? No, but I understand that. I mean, I think we think about what we're doing and we wanna make all these connectors. I think that's a critical one. So
if I just, the Gordian knot here, and is, most of you who've been on the BAR a while know, we used to do incremental approvals. We would approve heights, or BAR would formally vote on massing scale, et cetera, and we were instructed not to do that. What Mr. Levine's somewhat stuck at is how to get before he can start to put skin on the building, to get some affirmation of what the height, massing scale, step back, setbacks, et cetera, should be. I don't know how to advise him on that. I don't have anything other than the instruction I've been given, but it is, I mean, it very well could be at a similar work session. You know, you all can determine a way to express that. I don't know, might need a sharper mind than mine, but that really is the crux of where we're at, is that, I mean, I think the demolition COA, we know what's involved there. I think the design COA, we know, you know, what will involve there, but it's that key first step that allows him to move forward, and I don't know how to provide that. But it's possible that you all could express that in some way. So just something to give some thought about. I'm trying to be very helpful to Jeff. He's been very open with me about where the situation is with this process and how we correspond a design review with the necessary zoning determinations and what level of approvals we provide him. So I don't know, just something to give some thought about it, and I'm open for ideas.
what I've thought about is, maybe it's incumbent upon me. I mean, I've talked to council. I don't think there's anything, guidance, bylaw, legal at all, that prohibits a COA for, I don't want to call it interim or partial COA, just like a COA for demolition, a COA for massing. There was just legal commentary 5 years ago from different city council to not do that as a guidance. It wasn't that the BAR can't do it. So what I would do is provide you with the language and the cover, and then you have to get your thing, but I would provide you with that COA language and have my legal counsel say that that can be done legal. Then it's, whether you.
If you could send that to us, and then if we could check with the city attorney, because in my last rodeo here, I was told no way. And Lisa Robertson had a really good reason for it, and I wish I could articulate it, but it was based on case law in Virginia. And it was, really as a protection to the city, so that we don't approve something and then he takes significant action with it. And then, because of whatever the rest of what we approve or don't approve, which is usually the scenario, then he's got a problem, and he has investors, he's got a loan approval, he's got, has put money into it, and that is a liability for the city. So I'm not saying I'll do either. I just think all of us here need guidance in order to step forward and do that. And if we're just talking about a straw poll for height or something like that, maybe when we next see some of the elevations and studies, we can, kind of go around and see where everybody is. I think we just need a little bit more information. And I know Joel's listening. I'm not saying this is a scolding thing, but the way that my work has been and my life has been, especially December, hopefully, I didn't even see your new submittal from Friday until I was sitting here, and that's why I was reading it. So Joel, if you can get things to us, with plenty of time. It wasn't a long submission. Hopefully I caught up, but we had, another application tonight that sort of suffered from the same thing, and I hadn't seen much of what she submitted, and I was trying to kind of catch up. So, we all run late and don't make deadlines. I get it, but but the more time you can give us, but a couple business days before is not a whole lot of time for, I know, other people on this group. And not just me.
And I'm aware of that, so I'm not expecting you to be up. I'm looking at this as a discussion that I know you might be looking at this the first time and just getting your reactions. And this was extremely helpful, having this dialogue, and I know what I need to do, and I in transparency, there's no way I can go forward with a straw poll. There's no way I can.
I get it.
Yeah, you mentioned all the financing and everything, so I would have to figure out either whether we have something that's firm, because I can't be looking at completely different people 3 years from now who think differently. So, we have to figure that out or not. I think that's part of the process that we're working through is.
You're looking for some sort of attaboy from a majority of us, or a viable majority, or at least some indication that you can persuade the people that may, not be there yet. And I think we just haven't had enough information. I think that's why you're not saying I support massing or, whatever tonight. I just think we need a little bit more.
I didn't expect, this is really shaping up, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Did we?
Appreciate that.
I just want to wrap up quickly. Normally, when someone has served on the BAR for a long time, we have a trophy and a roast and all kinds of things. But and Breck's not only my neighbor and a member of the BAR, he's one of my closest friends, so I feel like I've let him down by not at least making this a fun send-off. But I just want to share, no doubt been an interesting meeting, but Breck's been with BAR 8 years, 100 meetings. He's been involved in decisions on 321 sites, properties, projects, 387 approved COAs. Remember, sometimes projects have multiple or things associated with them. 13 denials, 71 deferrals, 69 preliminary discussions, including this one. 14 recommendations to council, including about the statutes. In total, about 554 agenda items. So in roughly I'm guessing about 200 years of his life he's shared with most of us. 200 hours, not years, I'm sorry, 200 hours.
How many times did he have to appear before council on an appeal?
Yeah, and his favorite ADC district is the downtown ADC district with 94 properties that he's looked at. He's looked at something in all of the ADC districts, all 3 of the conservation districts. Wurtland Street seems to be his least interesting, only 4 projects there. And he's been involved in projects associated with 17 of the 70-some IPPs in the city. So he's touched a lot of things. I'm grateful for your leadership and mentorship as I came onto the job, despite a few hiccups here and there. And I know we've all very much enjoyed working with you. You were at many, many times the calm, steady nucleus around which all of us electrons flew. And grateful for your patience and leadership. And thank you for your service.
Thank you, guys.
That's all.
All right, so I'm gonna let you.
Oh, man,
adjourn
you know
us.
I could go on, but no, we need to adjourn. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we adjourn to my house.
All in favor?